can outplay these guys. That's my shot. I got this. If I get the card, I've prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Hello everyone, Matt Savage and Tony Dunst here at the final table of the WPT Venetian Las Vegas Championship. Tony, how you doing?
Doing well. It's good to be here. We've got a very talented final table today, vying for over $800,000 up top in this 5K buy-in at the Venetian.
Which does include that seat to the WPT World Championship in December. A lot to play for here, and these players, for the most part, have not had a score this big that they are getting today already at the final table.
That's right, and we have an entirely international final table here in Las Vegas. No Americans among us.
That's kind of an amazing stat. However,
it is. It's very rare in an American WPT final table.
Yeah, Elvyn does live in LA, but outside of that, he was from the Dominican Republic. We actually have two players from the Dominican Republic, which is also amazing.
Yeah, it is. I believe the first time in WPT
Oh,
history.
the card needs to be here, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to go on a limb and say that is the first time.
Yeah.
So you see the chip counts here. In seat number 1, we have Jamie Flynn from Limerick, Ireland. He has 5,025,000. Oliver Bosch is in seat number 2 from Austria. He has 4,925,000. Elvyn Bello from the Dominican Republic. He's our chip leader with 17,300,000. Nicolas Betbese has 13,575,000. He is from Argentina. We have Francis Cruz. He has 10 million in chips, and he is also from the Dominican Republic. And Iulian Betbese, he is from Romania, 6,850,000.
I think we may have gotten an insight into Oliver's approach to the final table there, folding 10-8 of spades on the cutoff. It's a little over 30 blinds. I think he could have gotten in there, but he'll pass, and Bello on the button finds king-queen. Happy to raise that one to 300K. We're playing 75,000, 150,000 with 150K big blind ante, and it does look like we had a dead small blind that hand, so just the one big blind for Bello's king-queen to get through. These players settle in for a relatively deep stacked final table. We have 3 players north of 60 blinds, nobody under 30. So I can't imagine anybody will be in a rush.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. I was watching these tables coming down to this final table, and the play seemed pretty good. I'm totally unaware of any of these players coming into this tournament, but I did interview them after the final table, and all seemed pretty confident about coming into today.
Yeah, we were talking to one of our team members on live updates, and he was saying that even watching the play down from the final 50, sifting through the hand histories, he thought that there was a lot of quality play in the field. There wasn't really people taking big, unnecessary risks. A lot of the all-ins that he saw were the type of hands that you'd expect. Meanwhile, Bello with king-queen here says he's on the cutoff, but I believe he's on the sort of double button after that last hand. He's going to call dominating Flynn's king-jack.
Francis Cruz with 10-9 in the big blind. And he's going to make the call as well.
So 3 players go into this flop. And it is 8-8-7, a decent board for the 10-9 of Francis Cruz. He also has the 10 of spades. I don't know if either of his opponents will be that inspired to bet this flop, but I think Cruz has an interesting hand to check raise some of the time.
Interesting that Jamie Flynn in this hand from Limerick Island owns a poker room, and it's actually called Doyle's Poker Room.
Yeah,
which is
for a moment there I was like, wait, Doyle's Poker, didn't
Yeah.
that place go out of business years ago? You know, think of
Exactly.
the online room.
A 5 of clubs on the turn.
Well, a pretty favorable board for the big blinds range as opposed to the opener and the caller, and I think Francis will recognize that and start betting with his open-ender, especially holding the 10 of spades, a lot of rivers that will make for favorable bluffs. So our big blind will fire out here
750,000.
for 750.
Flynn gets out of the way here. Now to Bello, who also lets it go. So a nice play there from Francis Cruz.
Got to make sure to take those pots when the opportunity presents. When you're calling with some of the lower hands, lower cards out of the big blind. Those low boards going to be even more favorable at a final table where players make fewer calls pre-flop with that part of the deck.
How are you? Come with me out.
Cocktail services here.
And we were talking before the final table about how I like that our players have some real chips to shuffle, play, and build with here. You're not as much of a fan, man.
Not as much of a fan. I think it slows down the game a little bit, but we do have the action clock in play here, so it shouldn't be an issue. But yeah, I like it to make it a little easier for the dealers and the other players to see how many chips the other players have, and also for the dealers to be able to count those bets. Now, with the action clock that we do have in play, clock's a big topic this summer, Tony.
It is. It has been a very big topic this summer between Martin Cabral and Will Kassouf terrorizing their peers over the course of the summer. Action clocks, time banks have been a frequent subject at the table.
We've had him on the World Poker Tour, I believe, for 7 years now. And, fine-tuned it over the time, but start off with 15 seconds pre and go to 30 when we're on the bubble, and then at the final table it's just 30 all the way through. And those time banks now do accumulate, so they can have a potential of having up to 20 time extensions at this final table. I'm not sure who has the most now. They should be keeping them out in front, but it looks like Iulian right here does have a fair amount of them. And he's going to call the 200,000. Blebea has 9-8 suited in diamonds, and he's up against 9-8 offsuit for Betbese. So we'll see how this hand plays out. I always like these hands, talk about that all the time, where both players have the same hand, technically, and see how it plays out. Position matters in this case. Betbese is on the button.
And not a bad flop for him to follow through. His 9-8 blocks some of the combos that Julian would call with out of the big blind that give him top pair. Julian has an interesting decision here because he has the 3 straight and 3 flush, but it is 2 undercards. So not as natural a continue as it would be if he had, say, the Jack-9 of diamonds or the Queen-Jack of diamonds, where he can turn top pairs.
And doesn't let go.
Yeah, he ends up letting it go. I think maybe earlier in a final table, earlier in a tournament, we would see him find ways to continue there, whether by calling or check raising. But at a final table, when you have weaker equity, I like his decision to fold.
800,500 up top, which does include that seat to the World Championship in December here in Las Vegas. A lot of money.
800K is a lot of money, man.
And
it's
a
not
lot
easy to win a tournament for 800K.
A lot of these players talked about the prestige and the fact that they would get their name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup.
Right.
A spot where you're at already, and
Yeah.
you know.
Also not easy to
what
do.
that
Only
means.
about 10 chances a year or
Yes.
so.
Exactly.
Raise to 300,000.
Bello raises to 300,000 with the ace queen. play gets out of the way. And Flynn with king 3 here. Are you defending in the spot?
Definitely. You defend most suited hands heads up at a final table. The stack sizes around the table will influence how wide you get. But certainly a suited king is going to call under almost any circumstances. So he does go to the flop, and it's a favorable one. Top pair for Flynn.
Check.
Just the ace-queen high for Bello, but a board where I imagine he'll be continuation betting almost always.
See that club gold patch. He did win our last logger. He won a seat to that world championship for wearing that patch this week and registering for club gold. So congratulations on Bello already.
His week just keeps getting better. He'll be back here in Las Vegas in December.
And he does bet to 300,000 now.
10 seconds.
Position.
Call.
And the call from Flynn. Turn guard to 5. They'll hope for Bello here. Flynn continues to check here, and he does. Thoughts on the check?
From Flynn?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you have to check. I don't think you really want to be leading very much here. Bello is the one with the real decision, and I think he should mix betting and checking. I think some of his weaker aces should actually be the ones that barrel a much higher frequency, but ace-queen will occasionally get to showdown and win.
So now with that jack on the river,
Now if I'm Flynn, I'm aiming to value bet. With the jack on the river, it's more likely my opponent has a pair that can call and pay me off, and Flynn should have some missed clubs.
Check.
decides to check it again.
I think with that 3 kicker, checking the river, not crazy, but I do think a little missed opportunity to bet there. I mean, a lot of his range that gets to the river is a king or a flush draw. Certainly there's going to be some 9s, and the 9s will want to check. And it's not crazy to check the river occasionally with the king if you think your opponent is likely to overbluff that decision, in which case you have a nice, confident call with the king. But in most cases, I think Flynn will do best by betting the river himself.
Nice pot there for
Yeah. And look,
Jamie?
at final tables, exercising decisions that allow you pot control and lowering variance is really never going to be a bad approach. There's such a strong incentive to just keep pots small, lower volatility, lower variance, and try and ladder up.
I made a limerick for Jamie because he's from Limerick.
Okay.
There once was a sharp Jamie Flynn, whose bluffs were pros pale and grin. He'd raise with pure air like he just didn't care and show rags and still pull in the win.
It's not bad for something you threw together this morning to honor a man's last name. Or sorry, not his last name, his city of origin.
I just didn't know that Limerick did not actually originate in Limerick. They originated in England.
So who wrote the first limerick? Who was the guy who was like,
don't know.
I'm inventing this thing, it's called a limerick.
Maybe Doyle Brunson. Who knows?
Oh, it wasn't quite that old. Well, heads up between two players sharing cards, and they both really nail this flop. It is Jack 10, 8, 2 pair for Bosch, top pair, and an open ender for Francis Cruz.
Betbese just decided to check there. And it's now up to Francis Cruz.
Bet 250,000.
Does bet 250.
Decision time for Bosch between calling and raising. What's nice about raising the 10-8 is you unblock the top pair. It's going to be some of Cruz's most natural continues.
Call.
I don't think the check raise is mandatory by any means here, and it's also nice to have really strong hands that you can call down with. You're going to get some runouts where it starts to get dicey, and being able to comfortably call the turn and river.
King comes on the turn.
Cruz with a close one here. I like the decision to check. There is some merit to betting, but
Oh, now.
I like the check back, and
2 pair, however.
yeah, not the run out Bosch was hoping for. He'll check one more time. Cruz will check 2 and take this one down.
10s and 8s.
2 pair. Besh can't love that.
No, though in fairness, Francis Cruz had a lot of outs there going to the river. So not the worst beat, and Bosch, by just calling the flop, minimizes the damage. I think had he check raised, Francis Cruz definitely sees a turn, and then it starts to get dicey already when you turn the king. I don't think he would have folded to a turn barrel either. And so Bosch would have lost a bigger pot had he taken that route.
Yeah, Oliver Besh was actually in the hospital earlier this week.
No.
Yeah, very sick. Didn't know what it was, and they let him out, and he said he just really wanted to play this event. He's been watching the World Poker Tour for a long time, and he said that he just wanted to be here for this event. And so he got out of the hospital and ended up making it here and making the final table.
Wow. Well, guess he's running good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes. Definitely
well
running
enough
good.
to get out of the hospital and play a poker tournament and then final table that poker tournament. And clearly a man who loves Las Vegas culture, as he has the Las Vegas sign tattooed on his arm.
I believe that's the Statue of Liberty above that.
I
so.
believe the Statue of Liberty is covering its eyes, though, so perhaps some political commentary there from Bosch on the State of the Union as he limps in with ace-king in the small blind, looking to trap Bello.
I apologize. It looked like that was a check.
And Bello, to me, has a hand I think plays better than a check, as a check than a raise here. I would rather see him isolate better and worse kings.
Raise.
You know, there's some merit to raising king-queen, occasionally getting called by worse, or raising king-deuce, king-3, and knocking Bosch out. King-9, I don't think it's like crazy to raise, but it's not my preference.
So he raises to 650. So now, if you're Besh, are you?
All in.
Oh wow.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what you were hoping for, and you don't really want to go to a flop with ace-king as the short stack here.
Time that.
He's using the time extension.
He's the short stack. I don't know that he can do anything else to trap Bello into putting money into this pot. I don't think he wants to call, see a flop, and potentially be outflopped. Yeah.
There you go. He's all in.
All in.
All in for 4,225,000. They're getting a count here.
And Bello is going to posture for a moment and enjoy some Cheetos. All that bluffing worked up an appetite.
4,225,000.
Bello does have 16 million chips. 1/4 of that would have to go into this pot if you were to make the call.
Ten seconds.
You hear the dealer say 10 seconds. And he does let it go. So Besh wins this pot. Picks up a nice one there. You like the limp there, Tony?
I was just going to comment on it. I really like the limp. When we are around, 20, 25 blinds, you'll see that we're supposed to do some trapping in the small blind with hands like ace-king off and ace-queen off, and use those as limp raises all in. And many players get so excited at the prospect of having a good hand and wanting to protect it in some way and win some pots, win some chips immediately, that they forget to ever limp any hands that can be used as traps like that, and they just raise their strong hands, limp their medium strength hands and fold their weaker hands, and it becomes a pretty easy strategy to play against if you're in Bello's shoes in the big blind. So making sure to lay some traps, as Bosch did there, allows you to limp in and not just let the big blind blast you out of every pot.
Does this now mean that in other spots he has to raise with hands like that, or
No.
just mix it up, or
He should continue limping those hands.
Limping, okay.
But he'll also continue limping weaker hands, and Bello will sometimes need to check behind and let him get to a flop, because as we saw, if he raises, Bosch is live to limp re-raise all in.
so Betbese has the King 7 of hearts. He's going to make the call to 400,000 from Francis Cruz. And we'll go to the flop. 3 diamonds, 8-5 deuce. Need a player with a diamond in their hand.
One of those boards where first guy to breathe on the pot will probably win it. Nice small bet here from Francis Cruz. Just one big blind, and even that enough to get the job done.
Francis Cruz says that he's super excited if you win this tournament because he wants the trophy. He wants it sent back to the Dominican Republic, but he says
in hope for
where he
that.
lives, it won't be big enough, so he's going to have to give it to his mother, he said, and they're going to put it in their
Would be
house.
good.
Where he lives, it won't be big enough because he has such a huge house?
No, the opposite. The trophy's too big for his house.
Oh,
he
okay,
said.
the trophy will be too big.
Yeah,
The
he
house
said-
won't be big enough.
No, he says he's living in a Airbnb down in
Gotcha.
the Republic, so.
I thought he was like, my place is so huge
No, opposite, all right.
that your tiny trophy will not work within my feng shui.
In addition to getting your name on that Mike Sexton Champions Cup, you also get a replica sent to your house. I know you have one.
I don't.
Oh, you
I
don't?
never got the replica.
What?
I never got the watch. I was a year early on the watch. I never got the trophy.
How is that?
I know. I have nothing but my name on a plaque on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You won too soon.
I won too soon. I won a year too early. I won a small one. Mike Sexton loved to tell people, Tony Dunst won the smallest WPT of all time.
It still counts. That's all that matters. Betbese with ace 10 of clubs, it does limp, and we get the check behind from Francis Cruz.
Now here, Betbese's limp in the small blind, I think, accomplishes something different, which is these two are among the chip leaders, fairly deep stack. Betbese should be limping almost everything he wants to play here. He wants to have a very low variance strategy against Francis Cruz.
Both players flopping a pair here. Aces for Betbese and Jack 6 for a pair of sixes for Cruz Pena. Enough to make him continue for the bet of 200K. We'll go to the turn. It's a Jack, 2 pair now for Francis Cruz.
Now, so far, it has been Francis Cruz's day at this final table. It's still early, but always nice to start off hot. You start thinking to yourself, hey, maybe I'm just going to run really good all day. And a board where Betbese can bet or check. I think his hand is strong enough to merit this double barrel for value and consider betting some rivers as well.
625 is the bet. Now if you're Cruz,
I would lean towards calling, but I don't think raising would be out of line.
does make the call.
Yeah, I like that call from Cruz. 5 of hearts on the river will probably cause Betbese to slow down. It completes 8-9. He might put in a small value bet as well, basically like a blocker to try and get calls from worse aces that he's worried could check behind. Yep. Oh, he's going a little bigger than I thought he would. And a quick call from Cruz Pena.
And that'll get the pot. 2.225 in that pot. And Cruz Pena creeping up towards that chip lead of Elvyn Bello. Joining us in the booth now, we have the Director of Poker Operations here at the Venetian, Las Vegas, Mr. Tommy LaRosa. Hey, Tommy, how's it going?
Matt, Tony, it's great to be here with you guys today. Thank you.
Of course, welcome in.
Tommy, this room is beautiful. A lot of people seeing it for the very first time this summer. Tell us a little bit about what went into putting this whole thing together.
To be honest, Matt, this was like about a 10-year journey. I've been pushing to, get us a new room in the Palazzo for a long time. And, plan after plan after plan didn't come to fruition. And finally, with the new leadership here on property, I was able to sell them on it. And, boy, once it started to happen, it happened so quick. It's unbelievable how quick it all came together. And the leadership here on property has just been so supportive and been able to give us this brand new room. They did an amazing job in the design, aesthetics, and just providing everything to the poker player that they may want when they come to play poker.
Yeah, I was talking to a lot of people that actually came into the room for the first time for this WPT event, and they just said they love the room. The chairs are comfortable. You have the coffee and the soda machine right there. It's beautiful. And, the staff and the service and the dealers are all wonderful here. So a lot of people will be coming back. So I'm glad a lot of people were able to see this room for the first time. But, yeah, like you said, I'm sure it had a lot of work to putting this together. But on top of that, you have this beautiful studio, which we're watching these players. And tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, when my leadership came to me and asked me everything I wanted in the room, I laid out, pages and pages of items I wanted. And having this streaming studio was something that I fought for. And, instantly they were on board and supportive of it. And it's amazing how it all came together. I think it's a beautiful studio, beautiful space for players to play and for us to stream these live, not only tournaments, but cash game streams. And just really excited about how everything turned out.
Yeah, it's amazing. All right, Iulian here flops trip threes. Pena not too much here.
Not too much.
He's under the gun.
Consider betting here, as he's got backdoor straight outs with the 7-5. If he checks and Iulian bets, he'll have to give up his hand immediately. So I like this little stab here from one big blind. Iulian with a decision between calling and raising.
Does make the call. Now that 6 comes on the turn, so now Cruz Pena with the gut shot straight draw.
And that will likely inspire him to continue betting. There are some high card hands and backdoor hands that Iulian can call the flop with that will have to forfeit facing a barrel on the turn. So I like that Francis is continuing to bet with his now straight draw here. Makes it 500K. That should knock out a lot of Iulian's king high hands, stuff they had like queen jack or jack 9 that wanted to peel the flop and see what develops.
So now your Jules here. What are you thinking now?
The board is so dry that if I'm in his shoes, I'm probably still calling. I think if he was going to raise, the time was the flop. Now I think you let your opponent drive the betting. It's really difficult to find hands that would want to bluff raise in Iulian's shoes. Maybe something like a 4 or 5 suited. He's just really deficient in hands that make for a bluff raise. And you want to give your opponent one more chance to put in chips on this river when there's so few cards that would scare you from playing a big pot on this river. So now, with the queen, it's worth considering one more bet from Francis. It does get a little tough to represent very much here. Yeah. It's certainly, worth considering. It's just a run out that's a lot better for Iulian than Francis. And unfortunately for Iulian,
He's not going to get a call.
yeah, he's not going to get a call. But he did maximize how much he got out of Francis by just playing this passive.
1.8.
Yeah, 1.8 million.
No posture from Francis there. Quick fold with his 7 high.
Yep.
So the slow play works out well for Julian. He chips up a little bit, creates some distance between Flynn and Bosch, who are both around 25 blinds. Having that distance, very important at a final table. Tommy, another thing I appreciated about the room is not only is it a new room, but it feels to me like a new philosophy as well. The embracing of influencers, content creators, people who want to film things around the room. I remember in the past, especially with the cameras around the casino, it could be a sensitive subject, but now it feels like there's really an embracing of the content creator culture.
Yeah, for sure. That's one thing, you know, this new room has been able to give us is just all new energy, right? All new vibe, right? And we've wanted to embrace the poker community and show them that we love them and that we're here for them. And yeah, part of that was speaking to content creators from around the world, right? To come in here and let them do their thing, right? Which they do very well, and showcase what we're doing here in the Venetian Poker Room. So yeah, it's a completely different mindset than what it's been years and years ago. And, you know, it just put a lot of energy not only into the players who play here every day, but for the staff, right? The staff is energized again,
Right.
which is great to see.
And I think it pays dividends in that the room is showcased to people through a lot of different mediums, and you're not necessarily paying for traditional marketing that way. And players just see the room, how great it looks, how friendly the vibe was. But before we get too into that, we've got quite a pot brewing here. Wow, and even more so now with Flynn waking up with jacks in the big blind. Betbese slow playing the ace-king a little bit by just calling Bellows open. I really like that play from Betbese with some of those shorter stacks behind him for exactly this kind of situation.
Flynn now with jacks.
And his decision is very clear.
4 maybe?
And somewhat fortunate for Francis Cruz that Betbese is this strong, because usually he's going to call with a hand that just ends up folding to this jam. And I think facing a 25 blind shove with the 9s, Francis Cruz would probably call Flynn here and be in terrible shape. But instead, I expect that Betbese will be the one to play this all in with him, and they'll be flipping. And away he goes.
And the call. Jamie Flynn all in here with the jacks up against the ace-king
Siento que voy a setear.
for
Tenía feeling.
Nico Betbese.
See, we saw 2 kings get folded. King 10 of spades folded, and there was a king jack in somebody's hand that was folded as well. So Flynn in better shape than usual here.
Tengo el feeling de que va a salir las. Puede ser con el 9.
Flop is 3 clubs, neither player with a club in their hand. Jacks looking good for Jamie Flynn.
Well, a stoic all-in from these 2 players. Oh, ace of clubs.
My goodness. Still a possible split pot here.
So I think a chop. The
5th
chop is
club
fair.
were to come on the board.
The chop is fair?
Oh, Flynn not being greedy, just asking for the chop. Betbese wants the brick. Will he get it? Yes, it's the 8 of hearts, and the ace-king for Betbese will eliminate
Hey, who you
Jamie
got
Flynn in
outside?
6th
You heard
place.
that? Yeah, you
A
heard
short
that?
final table appearance
Of course.
for the man from Limerick,
round.
but
Set
nothing I
up.
think he'll lose sleep over.
No, he does have a good week, taking home 169,000, his career biggest score.
Good luck. Okay. Good luck.
Did play
you.
well this week. I'm sure we'll see him back at another WPT final table.
Huh?
And we're down to 5. 5th place pays $220,000.
Ahí te cuido. Ahí te cuido en esa.
I think the button's here.
Tommy, any plans coming up
Oh,
for
He's watching me, but from
what you're
heaven.
doing in the room, or
That's small.
just continue to do some more?
You can be sure that.
Yeah, we don't stop, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I have the
very
Deep
nice.
Stack Showdown, our August schedule starting August 1st. So my current Deep Stack Championship series, which is runs concurrent to the WSOP time, that runs through July 31st, and then we pick right up the
almost a
next day
chap
with
right
our
there.
next Showdown
Yeah.
schedule. We start cash game promotions in August again. So yeah, we try not to stop. We try to keep it going 365 days a year.
Nice. It's nice to have the support of the ownership group here. I'm sure you enjoy that.
No, the leadership here is amazing, right? They're putting 1.5 billion back into the property, and they're just so supportive of every department here on property. It's great.
Wow, that is a huge number. I mean, some of these casinos cost about 1.52 billion to build in their
What year your
entirety.
father died?
Yeah, the leadership here has made quite an investment since they've been on property, and from the new restaurants to the new shows to we're redoing all the suites in the towers. It's just it's amazing the work that they're
Do you
doing on
supply
property.
too?
Which it was a beautiful property to begin
I
with,
agree.
right? And now you put
To
1.5
watch
billion back into
He
it.
throws
It's
it for
been
me-
amazing.
For me every time.
If you haven't checked out our new food
used to
court,
play a lot
Via
of
Via,
domino.
it's also amazing. It's on
Yeah,
the
he liked
Venetian
them.
gaming floor.
Alright.
Unbelievable.
Do they have a
Yeah.
hand roll place?
Yeah.
A hand roll?
Yeah.
No, but they have amazing Howlin' Ray's chicken place.
Okay.
Unbelievable restaurants we have in Via Via.
3 players seeing this flop. Everyone sharing outs. 10-9, 10-7, and pocket sevens. Going to a flop. It's ace, queen, deuce, all spades. 2 of our players with a spade in the hand. Betbese has the highest.
Best checks is 10-7 offsuit.
He was the one that had the green eye? Your mom?
My grandfather,
Oh, your grandfather?
he is alive. He's 91, but he's super strong.
The first one. That's 275,000.
Bet of 275 from Nico.
I like that he's following through here with the bet. Not only does he have the outs to the spade, but as the razor pre-flop, he should have the most aces. Julian will have a lot of aces in his range, but he's handcuffed here with the sevens. Not going to give up on them, though. Bosch in the big blind. I do think Bosch could have saved a little money pre-flop. He probably wants to be a little bit stronger before taking a flop 3 ways at a final table, but he gets out of the way. And with the jack of clubs on the turn, Betbese picks up some outs. Now an 8 or a king would give him a straight. So it may be tempting to barrel again here, and to be honest, he could even consider tripling on a lot of run-outs and putting enormous pressure on Julian.
$650? Yeah, 650,000.
Betbese did take the chip lead after that last pot, and looking to expand on that now with a bet to 650. This is a very tough call for
Very tough call.
Iulian here. I think he's just going to get rid of it, and he does. Nico extending his chip lead now.
Yeah, and opening up his game, raising the 10-9 offsuit from the hijack, recognizing that with the chip lead, he gets to be table captain and open the most hands, apply the most pressure. Doing a nice job of that so far with his newfound chip lead.
Fun spot to be in.
Very fun spot to be in. Chip lead in the final table. Everyone mostly wanting to get out of your way.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the parking here, Tommy. It's so easy to get to the poker room. It's beautiful just come in that palazzo side and just go right up the elevator straight into the poker room.
Yeah, that's one of our greatest benefits for the local players and for people from out of town who have their own car. I mean, you can literally be in your car in 60 seconds, or you can be in the poker room in 60 seconds. It's amazing.
And you can get on and off the 15 so easily from that parking lot, which is huge. There's no driving up and down the strip, having to turn left across Las Vegas Boulevard or something like that,
Yeah.
you know. You just get off the 15, you turn right into the parking lot, and you're upstairs in a few minutes.
Yeah, we've tried to think of everything a poker player would want up here, and I think we've done a pretty good job.
Yeah, I agree. The little things in a poker room go a long way. Honestly, even something like just the drink dispenser where, you know, sometimes if the staff is overburdened and there's a lot of players in the room, it could be a while to get a drink and you're waiting, and having just the option to take it yourself. Little things like that really go a long way when you're locking in for 8-10 hours on the table.
King 8-8 on the flop here. Iulian with pocket threes here.
Suben rápido a la ficha. No ganas mucho.
Bello checking.
Sube mucho ahora. No, la ficha, tú ganas un par de small
I
pockets.
can't say I love Julian's open here. These small pocket pairs don't play very well at final tables, especially on a lower medium stack. It's going to work out just fine for him here, but if you study final table poker, you see a lot of these small pairs just end up folding pre-flop unless like you're the chip leader and you get to boss everybody around. And the fact that Bello is defending as wide as Jack 4 offsuit actually makes the open even less profitable because the big blind is going to be fighting you for these pots, and it's so easy for your opponent to just, you know, flop a bottom pair, flop a middle pair, call one bet, get to showdown. So I do think Julian right now on this stack size should actually look to avoid too many opens pre-flop that feel borderline.
30 minutes left in this level, as you can see. Poker Atlas was another project you took on here,
14.
Tommy?
7-5.
Yeah, Poker Atlas has been amazing. It's so many benefits for not only the player but for the
Oh,
staff
sorry.
alike. Speeds up things, makes things so efficient for the staff working the event, which in turn just makes the event better for the players who are playing. So
Absolutely.
can't say enough positive things about Poker Atlas.
Our live updates team loves it. We know where everybody's sitting at all times. And we have a hand developing here with Francis Cruz, Jacks versus Ace King for Besh.
Yeah.
What's the size you like here of the raise?
You could make it 1 million, or you could go all in. I think having 22 blinds, it's a close
1.2
decision.
million.
He's going to make it 1.2, I think he said.
Yep, 1.2. Bello here, King 3.
And it's going to be a remix, same hands, different players. But I think Francis Cruz will probably move in here and force Bosch to flip for his tournament life. It doesn't feel great in Francis's shoes when your opponent 3-bets to 6 big blinds off of 22, because he's usually not doing that with hands that fold afterwards. That's why I think Bosch should go a little bit smaller.
Does go all in, and the call's made. Jacks versus Ace King. Oliver Bosch is all in here.
Last time, the Ace-King took it down by hitting an ace on the turn.
Potential big double up here for Oliver Bosch. Ace right in the window.
With the King of Clubs as backup on this monotone flop. Not looking good for Cruz.
You only one out?
No, but
It's
they're
the
gonna
Jack
play
of
the war
Hearts
on the turn. It's
specifically,
never easy.
and no
They
club
play
on the
war
river.
And then my 2 outs alive.
Oh, and there it is. It's all over. Flush made for Besh.
Top. Stay flush.
He's going to double up here. Okay. Tommy, thank you for coming in and speaking up with us today. A fantastic job you've done with this room, and looking forward to coming back more and more on my off time living here in Vegas.
Yeah, Matt and Tony, it's been great to partner with the WPT this week. Appreciate everything you guys are doing here in the booth. I wish I had the skills to be in here more often, but it's a pleasure to be in with you guys, and just a pleasure to be with the whole WPT team this week. It's been an amazing week.
Great. We're really happy to be back, and congrats on another huge turnout here.
Yeah.
That's right.
Like I said, amazing week, 1,153 players for this event, and just very excited to be able to host it. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Tommy. All right, so with that hand, Besh up to 9.25. So he jumps to the third stack in the tournament here. Nico still with that chip lead.
8.6.
I love that it's a purely international field. Has to be the first time in history that we don't have an American at a WPT final table in
You should have
America.
like something that we can
I can't remember them all, but that certainly feels right.
Yeah. The Honey Badger, there he is. Oliver Bosch, nicknamed the Honey Badger, from Lustenau, Austria.
He's gonna buy more crypto and pump our bags whatever he wins here. Let's go. Now I'm really rooting for him. My man.
We do not give crypto advice here on the live stream, but at least one of us is invested.
I've been trying to twist your arm for a while now.
I know. I'm
It's
just too dumb.
We've talked about it a little in Vince's case. There has been multiple times where I'm like, Vince, I will buy you the Trezor. I will teach you how to use it. I will load the Bitcoin onto it. I will like do whatever you need in order to take a position on this stuff. But you should be in there. And he's like, oh yeah, it kind of sounds like a great. I'm kind of maybe. Let me think about it. You know. And then he messaged me the other day. Oh whoa, did you see Bitcoin? No, I should have. Oh.
Yeah. We all have a story like that.
Yeah.
Some more than others. Yeah, here we go. Jack on the flop. Both players with a jack in their hand. Jack 8 versus Jack 5 with a Jack 3-3 flop. Very likely chop pot here, Tony. So
Pretty likely, yeah. Betbese with the superior kicker and some hearts for the backup, which he
There it
finds
is.
on the turn with the Queen of Hearts. Currently a chop pot, but Betbese outs to the 8 or the heart.
and he has to bet something here. What size do you like?
I don't know that he does. He can bet something here, but I wouldn't say that he has to, because it's pretty tough to get called by worse, and your hand is really well protected. Plus, your opponent in the big blind has way more threes than you do. Not so much after checking behind on the flop, but that still remains true. But Betbese does decide that his hand will play best as a bet, and he fires one out. The deuce of diamonds on the turn. Irrelevant to this board. Betbese perhaps considering betting or checking, wondering what worse hand calls me if I bet. Maybe an ace high. Maybe occasional king high. He's going to go medium sized. Looks like 4 1/4. And I imagine Francis Cruz will not love this situation, but will eventually call. That is right. Does make the call. These two will chop it up. These two started the final table so hot, but Francis Cruz losing that coin flip also lost his chance to leapfrog Betbese and take the chip lead back. So now the final table more evenly distributed. But Betbese remains the man to beat, as our 5 players chase the over $800,000 up top here at WPT Venetian.
Amazing prize.
Yes.
Some would call it a summer saver.
Like to think 800K does more than save your summer.
I would too. If it didn't, you had a pretty
Yeah,
bad summer.
Pretty bad summer.
Raise.
All right.
400,000.
Bello here now with King 10. Bello hasn't won a pot in a while. Do you get frustrated in a spot like that? When you started the day as a chip leader, you haven't won a pot in a while.
No, I get bored.
Yeah.
You know, if you're in a session, it's especially at an 8 or 9-handed table and you just go card dead and nothing happens for 3 hours, I absolutely get bored. At a final table, 5-handed, you get to see enough hands that hard to ever be bored at a final table. You know, you're just at the on the edge of your seat, watching every pot play out, knowing that it can impact how much you take home.
Nico now makes a call here with Jack 3. Do you like that call?
Absolutely, yeah. We talked before about defending most or all suited hands out of the big blind when it's heads up, even at a final table. Beautiful flop for Bello, making trip 10s with some backdoor draws. Not that much here for Julian. Yes, he has a 3 straight and 3 flush. But again, the kind of hand that perhaps earlier in a tournament you could mix some check raises in with and barrel on turns that provide some outs. But at a final table, I prefer his prudent strategy of folding.
Good fold there for Nico.
Can you bring me a Perrier, please?
Perrier?
Yeah.
I have, thank you.
I'll take a Perrier too. Yes, thank you.
Fasting today?
Of course.
You don't
Nothing
want
changed.
you don't want an oatmeal or something?
I eat the same breakfast the last 3 days. Same,
I'm
exactly
fasted
same.
like 3 days, same, of course.
Betbese right back to work with the King 6 of hearts.
Raises to 400K. Cruz Pena folds his 5 deuce suited. Blebea with the 6-3 offsuit lets it go. And now Besh with ace-7 in the big blind.
I think he will mostly call, but a reasonable hand to mix some 3-bet bluffs in against, especially against Betbese, who, with the chip lead, will be opening wider than usual.
Call. There you go.
Not much here for Bosch.
Check.
Does check it now. Nico will continue.
That 350,000.
Makes it 350. This hand should be over. And it is. Betbese winning this pot, increasing his chip lead.
Well, we have a fun schedule of events coming up in the late summer, early fall on the World Poker Tour, starting with WPT Cyprus. The festival is from August 6th to 18th, the championship from 13th to 18th. You and I will be there.
Absolutely.
My first trip to Cyprus, your second at least.
Yeah,
You've
I'm
been
looking
there a
forward to it.
couple
I've been there a few times
Yeah.
now.
But from what I hear, beautiful property, right in the middle of summer, great swimming weather.
It's going to bring your swimsuit.
Oh,
It's going to be hot.
I can't
I will
wait.
be out in the pool every morning.
Then we have WPT Prime Taiwan. The festival is from August 6th through 19th. The championship, the 14th through 19th. You've been to that stop as well, right?
I have never been to Taiwan. However, I am going tomorrow to
You're
Taiwan.
going to tomorrow. My
Yes.
goodness.
I will be going to Taiwan tomorrow. I'm actually doing a Tournament Directors Association summit alongside the World Poker Federation, which is a group that's coming out of Brazil, and really doing a lot of stuff to try and make this a global sport. And so I'm excited about that. We'll be talking about tournament directors' rules, about different situations that have come up in Asia, and I'm excited about it because they really love poker. And Asia is, to me, the most emerging market for poker, so I'm excited about that.
Yeah. All the events that we've had in Asia have surpassed my expectations as far as the size of the field.
Yeah.
I did WPT Cambodia about 18 months ago, and I was blown away at how big the field was. As we watched this pot develop between Francis and Bello,
Bello with a pair here, pair of eights. Cruz Pena with the gut shot straight and the overcards.
I think this board is so favorable for Bello's range from the big blind that he should be betting this turn. His hand wants some protection, wants some value. I would prefer to see him bet here. Maybe some of the lower 8s and 6s could occasionally check, but once this flop goes check-check, I think Bello should have a pretty high betting frequency on the turn with pairs, straight draws, flush draws, and instead he elects to check, and it's going to work out just fine for him.
Pena bets pretty big here, yeah?
Yeah, 900K, I think, to discourage some one-pair hands from seeing the river. But Bello with King 8 feels he has enough to continue. So Francis Cruz trying to find
exactly
that on the river. I was going to say Queen, Jack, or 10, but the 10 is best of all. Unfortunately for him, Bello does not have the 7 that would lead to his winning a big pot. Bello going to turn his hand into a bluff here. Interesting play. I think he's a little high up in his range to do this. And as we know, it's going to backfire as he is he's bluffing into the nuts. Francis Cruz can't believe his luck. Not only did he river the nuts, but his opponent bet 2/3 pot right into him.
What are you thinking about betting here, Tony?
As Francis Cruz?
Yes.
I think you want to go on the bigger side and really try and get paid by a 7. If by some miracle your opponent has Jack 7, he's never folding. Most people pay off even with a 7. But I might make it like... Well, I guess with 7.2 I would just go all in.
$10.
6 million.
Raise.
6 million. Effectively all in. And you're just hoping that he has a 7.
Yeah. And Bello, again, in a spot where he may want to posture for a moment
1-1
before folding.
and 50.
1,150,000 behind is what he says.
10 seconds.
Going to get a time extension thrown in here. With those, you get another 30 seconds.
The more I think about Bello's bluff, the more I think it's pretty interesting because he doesn't get to the river with that many worse hands than King 8. I think he folds the turn with a 6, and I think it's stuff like Queen 8, Jack 8 are about his worst hands that get to the river, and turning some of those into bluffs in that manner is pretty viable. I guess perhaps the best hands would be to use our clubs. He will have a decent amount of club combos that reach the river, and so perhaps that should be the priority to bluff with, since the 8 can show down and win sometimes. Your opponent will have to check behind since it's a pretty favorable river for the big blind. So the times that your opponent, decided to bet big with 2 overcards on the turn and try and shut out a pair, a lot of those will have to check behind. You'll get to shut down your 8 and win. So I guess the more I think about it, Bello should probably be using clubs and not pairs there, but I will rarely argue against people fighting for pots when they have the range advantage.
With that pot, the Dominican versus the Dominican, he does jump into second in chips, does Francis Cruz.
Well, Francis Cruz right back at it with the Queen 10 of spades. Bosch on the button with Ace 8 of clubs has a hand that I think will mostly... Ooh, not that one. Yep, not that. He should definitely at least call and sometimes 3-bet. Ace 8 suited going to be too strong to fold to an open raise there. So it's the second time we've seen Bosch fold a hand that I think most players in his shoes would get to a flop with somehow. So his mentality today is definitely on the risk-averse side. And while that's a savvy strategy at final tables, part of the dilemma is on a streamed final table, some of your opponents are going to find out about how you are playing, and then they will be able to overfold to your aggression in the future. They're like, look, this guy is missing some of the hands that should be getting to a flop. He's taking a very tight, risk-averse strategy to the final table. You know, if he really fights me in a pot, I'm just going to let him have it. I'm not going to pay him off.
So he has my favorite hand, Jack 10 suited here, and kings right behind for Elvyn Bello.
Well, what's the raise going to be to?
Does that tell you anything as a player when you look back again? I mean, at this stage.
Raise, 1 million.
Not really.
No? Okay.
Something to watch over time, but Francis Cruz now with the king 6 of hearts in the big blind. Just taking a beat. And back on Bosch, who has a hand where, again, earlier in the tournament, we can talk about going to a flop. At a final table, I think he probably should fold, and he might. I don't know. He's cutting out calling chips, so it looks like no, but I'd rather see him call the ace-8 suited to an open last hand than call the 3-bet with Jack 10 suited this hand.
Okay. Oof. And the flop is a set of kings versus the open and straight draw and bottom pair.
Pretty disastrous flop for Bosch. Going to be really tough to get away from a hand with not only this much strength but possibilities. I mean, you're usually behind Bello on the flop, but you're going to have to pay off 1, if not 2 bets, depending on the sizing.
You can see the consternation in his eyes, even though he's covered his face here.
Time at.
He does check.
You need?
Check.
So we did lose a time extension there. He did have a
You
little
check?
more time.
Nice board for Bello, but a connected one with the flush draw. I don't think he should go too small here. He seems to agree.
650,000.
That's quarter pot.
650. And if you're Bash, you have to see another card. Do you not?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You cannot fold on this texture. Large pot brewing. 8 of diamonds on the turn.
No help
Safe
with Bash
card.
here. Yeah.
So now if you're Bello, I think the sizing should be around half pot. Bosch will have a decent amount of combo draws going to the river. Some ace high hearts. Some 2 pair.
2.7.
2.7 million.
Bello gonna go more in the territory of 3/4 pot, and that may allow Bosch to get away here. Honestly, I'm not sure you'd even call half pot, but
He does let it go.
that's sizing enough
I
to make
felt
the
very
decision
good
clear
there.
for Bosch.
King 6 of hearts. What's happened for him? Some money.
Elvyn Bello, over 1.1 million in lifetime earnings.
Poker rival Adrian Mateo. He is a great poker player.
Yeah. I think instead of rival, the question I saw in the bio sheets was like, if you could play heads up against any player, who would it be? And I think he answered Adrian Mateo. So I don't think he has like some personal rivalry with Adrian Mateo. You know, they bumped into each other in a casino and words were exchanged, anything like that. I think he just admires Adrian as a poker player, and if he could play heads up with anyone, I think it's Adrian Mateo, because some other guys answered, you know, Doyle Brunson on that list,
Okay.
Phil Ivey and stuff. And Bello, emboldened by winning the previous pot, opens the 4-3 of clubs on the cutoff. Betbese seems to be considering the king-9 on the button, but he goes out.
Cruz lets that 10-3 go. Blebea with the 8-7.
I think just good enough to see a flop.
Call. Heads up. Check.
Beautiful flop for Bello. Open ender here on king 5 deuce.
50,000.
Nothing here for Julian. I don't think he'll mess around.
Just let it go. Bello now back to about 15 million in chips. 14.4.
Betbese with the ace-3 of
Raise
spades.
400,000 to go.
Up to 400. Cruz Pena with the king-queen suited right behind.
Call.
Nice hand to see a flop with on the button. And Bosch in the big blind with the ace-8 of clubs. We'll make this a three-way pot. And on Jack 7-4, no one meaningfully connects. Betbese has backdoor draws here. Cruz Pena the same with the overcards. Bosch really with nothing. Betbese on the fence about betting.
675.
Wants to go 675. And that will give Francis Cruz a close decision. And one he will end up passing on. So you see, Matt, that when you have the chip lead, a lot of hands that are sort of marginal bets can become profitable ones. Your opponent's a bit handcuffed by the situation will make folds like that king-queen of hearts, where early in a tournament he's never folding there. I'm not even entirely sure he should fold on that flop, but it's awful close with a player to act behind him. Had the big blind not overcalled, I think Francis Cruz sees the turn, but with one live hand behind him, it becomes much murkier.
As we've seen recently, having the chip lead at a final table can be very powerful.
Very powerful. Also helps to run like God.
Absolutely.
Oof.
And as we were talking about that, our chip leader picks up kings.
Yeah.
Raise 400,000.
Oh, and Cruz Pena with ace-jack right behind.
Well, Francis Cruz with the hand I think should mix calls and 3 bets here. Thus far, he has leaned a call-heavy strategy in this spot. But it looks like he wants to cut out some raising chips this time.
Raise.
Nice sizing from Francis Cruz.
1,200,000.
Earlier on, we talked about making some smaller 3-bets, 2.5x. But as a medium stack versus the chip leader, I think you want to price him out of seeing the flop easily, and making it the full 3x is the best sizing available to Francis. Unfortunately for him, Betbese was not opening wide this time. He has the Cowboys, and I imagine will 4-bet.
Ten seconds.
$2.8.
Raise.
2.8.
2.8 million.
And if you're Francis Cruz, you can get away from this hand.
Hands over now.
Yeah, right.
Even if you think Betbese might be 4-betting light more frequently than usual, I don't think Ace-Jack is the hand that you can make a stand with.
Yes.
Terrifying. What if that got rule the call? Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
He's quick to muck it after
It
that.
went over the line too, like somewhere out there is a rules nit who's like, that should stand.
Yeah, as the rules guy myself.
Yeah.
If called to the table, I'm definitely not making that a call. However, I have seen some floor make that
Yes,
call.
exactly.
And it's just you got to use TDA rule number 1 on that sometimes. It was an obvious attempt to fold, but just knocked his chips over. All right, Cruz Pena now with 10 queen. We'll fold under the gun. Blebea with queen 5 also lets it go. Besh with you nerds' favorite hand. I don't know why you guys love
It
it.
is. That's what it's going to be known as in the history books. The nerd hand, Ace-5 suited.
On the button.
Raise.
It's only because I'm an amateur and don't know what I'm talking about, but for sure 400,000. You guys are all playing this hand.
I mean, you're right that anybody who studies poker a lot ends up playing some big, ambitious pots with that hand. So I understand why it has that reputation.
And that'll work. That raise does work. Besh takedown pot.
Yeah, it's funny, There's so many hands you look down at, and you're like, okay, maybe I'll see a flop. Well, we'll see how this works out. And then with the Ace-5, you look down, and you're like, buckle up.
Here we go. All right. They have a 10-6 under the gun. Lets it go. And Jack 7 also in the muck.
We on break, right?
Looks like these guys are about to be on break. But first, we'll see Betbese play a blind versus blind pot against Francis Cruz. Earlier on, we talked about at a deeper stack depth, the small blind should do a lot of limping against the big blind, but now that Betbese has a clear chip lead, I think he should adopt a raise-heavy strategy, since Francis Cruz will have to overfold to him. And Francis with a borderline hand here,
10 seconds.
but one that will take a flop.
Heads up.
Queen 3 versus 8-7. And the flop is open-ended for Francis Cruz on the 5-5-6 flop. Betbese with queen high.
Usually this would be a really favorable board for the big blind, but because Betbese is going to widen his opening range, he connects more with the 6 and 5 part of the deck than usual.
10 seconds.
So he can also up his
425.
continuation betting here. He will fire 425. This time, though, Francis Cruz has kind of nailed this flop with the 2 overcards and the open ender.
Call.
He does call.
Ooh, there's 8, giving Cruz Pena top pair and that straight draw.
And I would not like a barrel from Betbese here. That is a very favorable card for Francis Cruz. And you really just have no outs, no nothing going to the river. If you're up against a 5, you're drawing dead. You're going to have lots of hands here that do have outs going to the river that you could barrel with instead.
Do you ever like a check here from Francis Cruz?
You can. I don't think it's unreasonable to check.
10 seconds.
I think he'll probably opt for a small bet, like quarter or third pot. Yeah,
Bet,
he's going to bet
700,000.
right between those two. But you could consider checking. It's just, look, you have a nice hand with the possibility of making a better hand that can barrel the river for more value, so I like the bet. We'll go to the break. Betbese storming out to a big lead. We'll have more from the Venetian coming up after this.
Takes home all the money and becomes our next Deep Stack champion. If you enjoy watching high-stakes cash games from our Venetian Poker Studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100, 200 no-limit hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
This is Tommy LaRosa, Director of Poker Operations, coming to you live from the Venetian Poker Room inside our Venetian Poker Studio. Cash game players, we've got the promotion for you this month. The card of the month is sevens. Flop quads with pocket pair of sevens in your hand and you'll take home $500. Turn a river quads and you'll take home $250. But that's not all. Make a straight flush using both hole cards in your hand, one of which is also a 7, and if you flop it, you'll take home $500, or if you turn a river a straight flush, you'll take home $250. Be sure to join us for our card of the month in July. But that's not all, cash game players. We also have the Bad Beat Barrel promotion in July. If you have aces full of kings beaten by a better hand, you'll get to go to our drawing drum and grab an envelope with a cash prize anywhere from $250 to $5,000. That's right, take a bad beat and you'll be rewarded inside the Venetian Poker Room. Ladies, and don't forget to join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. as Jamie Kerstetter hosts a 1-3 no limit hold'em ladies meetup game. Those games are full of energy and a lot of fun. So ladies, don't miss out. Join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. Be sure to join us July 19th at 12 p.m. on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players from our $1,600 buy-in, no limit hold'em, ultimate stack, $750,000 guarantee. See who's crowned our next deep stack champion. And that's not all. Join us July 22nd at 12 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players of our $1,100 buy-in, no limit hold'em, ultimate stack, $300,000 guarantee. See who takes home all the money and becomes our next deep stack champion. If you enjoy watching high stakes cash games from our Venetian Poker studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100-200 no limit hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
This is Tommy LaRosa, Director of Poker Operations, coming to you live from the Venetian Poker Room inside our Venetian Poker Studio. Cash game players, we've got the promotion for you this month. The card of the month is 7s. Flop quads with pocket pair of 7s in your hand and you'll take home $500. Turn a river quads and you'll take home $250. But that's not all. Make a straight flush using both hole cards in your hand, one of which is also a 7, and if you flop it, you'll take home $500. Or if you turn a river a straight flush, you'll take home $250. Be sure to join us for our card of the month in July. But that's not all, cash game players. We also have the Bad Beat Barrel promotion in July. If you have aces full of kings beaten by a better hand, you'll get to go to our drawing drum and grab an envelope with a cash prize anywhere from $250 to $5,000. That's right, take a bad beat and you'll be rewarded inside the Venetian Poker Room. Ladies, and don't forget to join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. as Jamie Kerstetter hosts a 1-3 no limit hold'em ladies meetup game. Those games are full of energy and a lot of fun. So ladies, don't miss out. Join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. Be sure to join us July 19th at 12 p.m. on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players from our $1,600 buy-in, no limit hold'em, ultimate stack, $750,000 guarantee. See who's crowned our next deep stack champion. And that's not all. Join us July 22nd at 12 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players of our $1,100 buy-in, no limit hold'em, ultimate stack, $300,000 guarantee. See who takes home all the money and becomes our next deep stack champion. If you enjoy watching high stakes cash games from our Venetian Poker Studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100, 200 no limit hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
This is Tommy LaRosa, Director of Poker Operations, coming to you live from the Venetian Poker Room inside our Venetian Poker Studio. Cash game players, we've got the promotion for you this month. The card of the month is 7s. Flop quads with pocket pair of 7s in your hand and you'll take home $500. Turner River quads and you'll take home $250. But that's not all. Make a straight flush using both hole cards in your hand, one of which is also a 7, and if you flop it, you'll take home $500. Or if you turn a river a straight flush, you'll take home $250. Be sure to join us for our card of the month in July. But that's not all, cash game players. We also have the Bad Beat Barrel promotion in July. If you have aces full of kings beaten by a better hand, you'll get to go to our drawing drum and grab an envelope with a cash prize anywhere from $250 to $5,000. That's right, take a bad beat and you'll be rewarded inside the Venetian Poker Room. Ladies, and don't forget to join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. as Jamie Kerstetter hosts a 1-3 no limit hold'em ladies meetup game. Those games are full of energy and a lot of fun. So ladies, don't miss out. Join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. Be sure to join us July 19th at 12 p.m. on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players from our $1,600 buy-in, no limit hold'em, ultimate stack, $750,000 guarantee. See who's crowned our next deep stack champion. And that's not all. Join us July 22nd at 12 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players of our $1,100 buy-in, no limit hold'em, ultimate stack, $300,000 guarantee. See who takes home all the money and becomes our next deep stack champion. If you enjoy watching high-stakes cash games from our Venetian poker studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100, 200 no-limit hold game.
We are back at the WPT Venetian final table where 5 players are now battling it out for the $800,000 up top along with the WPT World Championship seat.
Players started fairly deep in this tournament, Tony. What do you think of the 125, 250 now? Average is? Right about, let's see. Good question. Looks like they're under 40 bigs now.
Still a lot of play to be had here. There's really only 2 players who could end up all in pre-flop over a raise, and even Bosch probably needs something like an ace-king or jacks plus to end up there.
Yeah, they're not shallow. 22 is the shortest stack, 22 bigs. That'd be Blebea. And then our chip leader has 78 bigs.
You up too.
So a lot of play left.
Don't you remember? I bet 2.7 and you didn't want it.
Cruz limping in here. The 10-7 in the small blind. Julian in the big blind with the 8-6 of spades. Nice hand to see a flop with. He checks behind. Cruz holding a crucial card for him with the 7 of spades. And it is 10-6-7, so both players making a pair with a backdoor straight draw.
Yeah, we never know. Everything can change in the river, right?
Yeah.
Nothing's guaranteed, you know. Like sometimes you think you have the best hand, the river change everything. That's the beauty
Cruz
of this game.
starts the betting at 250.
2 sides, this beauty.
Yeah.
Blebea will need to see a turn.
Makes the call.
Where are you from?
I'm from Dominican Republic,
Oh, nice.
but I live in LA.
Ooh, 2 pair now.
Been in LA 20 years.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
For Blebea. He
Republic is still dangerous
also
or is safe?
opens up a gut shot
It's
straight
not
draw.
dangerous, you know.
Inside the hotel.
Francis
The
Cruz.
hotel is fine. You know, you can go as a
think
tourist, you know, and
Francis
have a
will
good
check.
time
I'm not
over
sure.
there
It's
and
close.
be fine, but it's like everywhere. You cannot go to bad places here, you know, because you know
Yeah.
anything can happen, you know.
Yeah.
He does check. You read their spot on today, Tony, as usual.
Well, there's good
Yeah, and
places.
most
really
of the
nice
players
places,
at this
and
table
bad places that
have a pretty
you know,
professional demeanor
that
and
they
approach.
see just to see your color, you're gonna, you know, you're gonna get robbed.
And now Julian
Yeah,
has a
in
great hand
Brazil,
to bet.
The children very good.
Brazil, Brazil is more dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Non-stop robbery.
850.
just to get in, you know, to the wrong places in Brazil, you
Yeah, and
it's bad.
I by mistake because my navigation didn't.
And
work
Francis
this
Cruz
Yeah.
The car with both
has
children
enough
back.
hand to see a river
Yeah.
here. I'm sure he doesn't love this
That's not fun.
situation, but he had top pair on the flop. He has a
But
gut shot
we
going to
didn't
the
see
river.
on the news that
Julian
somebody
can still have
GPS
draws
was,
going to the river. So he
lost
does
and
make
they
the
went
call.
to the favela and the lady got killed.
River's
yeah.
an ace.
I didn't see.
Yeah.
Yeah, was by mistake. There was military police. My navigation didn't work, and the phone was
This is a really good card for Blebea, yeah?
battery. And
It is a good
I didn't
card
know
for
the way
Blebea.
to arrive at this Copacabana
It's one
and
that
Yeah.
misses all the
Yeah.
draws, and so when Francis Cruz has a hand that can call,
move.
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck? And I go exactly wrong there.
he may feel
Yeah.
that since they've
They-
all
they
missed on the
want money,
river,
too.
he should call more often.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. This is the best country, you know. United
Yes,
States,
it is great.
it's the best country. You know, I love my country. You know.
So you'd like to
so
see him
here,
put in a
like,
bet
feel
here.
safe, you know.
Oh, he needs to bet.
Bet 2 million.
2 million.
That's 2 into 3. About half his remaining chips. I like that sizing. And this is not an easy decision for Francis Cruz. There are both diamonds and hearts that can have missed combo draws. You know, stuff like a Jack 5 of diamonds. Or the, 10-4 of hearts. Well, not that, because Francis Cruz has the 10 of hearts, but, the 9-4 of hearts. Perhaps holding the 10 of hearts is just enough for Francis Cruz to talk himself into a fold here as he blocks some of the hands that would call the flop, bet the turn, and be tempted to bluff the river. I think with the 10 of clubs and a 7 of spades in his hand, Francis Cruz would have a better one to call with. But in these wide range blind versus blind confrontations, it's easy for people to get to the river with unmade hands.
And using those time extensions means that he is seriously considering calling it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not a posture. He does block 10-9, which is nice, but he also blocks some hands that would end up bluffing on this river, so.
And with those time extensions, Tony, that is a consideration. He's down to 1 left.
Yeah.
Cannot use that last one. If he does, and the time runs out again, the hand is dead. Your hand is folded if you are out of time chips facing action.
Oof. Not a good feeling.
Definitely been over that last time extension. He's going to have to throw that in.
10 seconds.
Does make the fold, though.
Good fold.
Good fold from Francis Cruz. He is wincing, but if he's got a friend watching the stream, after the delay, he'll learn that he made a very good fold.
1K. Cheap. Yeah, I know.
Where you live?
Another reason why I like those clocks at the final table.
But I live there.
Because it adds a little more pressure to you.
Yeah,
In Dubai.
and sometimes you will get people making 5-10 minute tanks on a decision, and it gets a little excessive. I prefer the time extension format. Give people an appropriate amount of time for big decisions, but force the pace a little bit when they have nonsense decisions.
Talked about at the top of the show, it is a very popular topic this summer, and seems to grow more and more every year as we go through it.
It's just tough, when you talk about an operation like the World Series, how would you have every table enforce time extensions and things like that? With the WPT, we do it when we get down near the bubble.
Right.
And when there's a more limited amount of tables in play,
Cost 250,000.
Not to mention the dealers.
not to mention the dealer quality, yes. Bosch here with the king 10 suited in the big blind, but at a stack size where I think his hand plays best as a check, and that's what he opts for here. I think if they were deeper stacked, he could raise this and get called by some worse hands, but it would really stink to raise this and get shoved on. So he does check behind. Both players make a pair on 10, 8, 7, 2 spades and a heart. Not a very inspiring pair for Julian.
Good pair nonetheless.
That's 350,000.
And if you're going to call with 7 deuce, out of the small blind. Aren't you calling this one as well?
Yes. I'm not giving up on a pair so easily. It's just not ideal
No, you played with him before?
with the lack of
You took his
backup
chips?
for ways to improve.
Okay. I'm here for the revenge. I have a lot of Argentinian friends.
And he does make the call.
Max, you know, Pablo, you know,
Jack on the turn.
also the other
Four
one.
to straight up on the board now.
That is with Pablo and Max.
Ugly card for Bosch.
Three to a spade. Flush.
There were many turns that he could
Lucas,
continue value betting. That is not
Matias,
one of them.
Matis, Martin too, yeah, a lot.
I guess
Yeah.
ranges are so wide, blind versus
Really
blind,
good
you could put a
friend.
small bet out there,
They
but
have,
oh boy.
And there's a nine
A
of
really good
spades.
education, bro. You know,
So there's a
like,
straight on the board,
amazing.
but
They come to
also
LA all the time.
four to a flush.
To the
I was
garden.
gonna say, Julian could turn his
We're in
hand
the
into a
garden.
bluff here. You know, you check,
Yeah.
the best you can hope for is your
Oh,
opponent
that's
checks
fun
behind
for
and
me.
you chop.
Yeah.
It's tough to get to the river with a worse hand than
And you
Julian's,
see, you
and you need to
Argentina, you
turn
know, we're
some
in
hands
Código
into a
Poker
bluff
right
here,
here.
so this strikes me as a pretty natural one.
The king of what?
Of LA.
Nah.
First, LeBron James.
What size do you like?
Then he.
600,000.
There's merit to a few
Well,
different
I learned a
sizings.
lot
I wouldn't
from
go especially
all those
big
guys, you know, the Argentinians,
and try and
you
rep
know,
like I had
they're
a
pretty
big
good
spade,
players.
but this kind of value
The
sizing,
Spanish too, you know.
try and rep like you're milking your opponent with a
I
middling
used to see
spade.
that. Yeah. You have a, let me see. You have a tattoo, yeah. I think, I asked you about a tattoo in LA, yeah. I remember. But I
And it's
wasn't
gonna work
playing
out for him.
tournament at that time. I only had
Nice
2 years.
recognition
That's
from Julian
I
there
saw you guys
that
all
his
winning,
pair
you know, I say, oh, they can do it.
was
you know.
actually a nice
It's easy,
combination
you know, so
to turn into a bluff.
here we are, right? 3 Latinos on the final tables. Cuatro?
Yeah, he,
Yeah,
lives in
you
Me-
from-
he used to live in Mexico.
Huh?
He's Mexican.
but you-
Mexican.
Adopted. Well, we adopt you, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, why
I
not?
really can, yes.
Yeah. Julian is a Romanian but lives in Mexico.
Oh, okay.
So he speaks fluent Spanish even though he's Romanian, which
We
is
only adopt good
Yeah, I saw the
players.
we just
Romanian
want
soccer
chips.
flag or
We
something
adopt-
hanging
yeah.
on his chair.
so if we happen to lose Besh, then we could turn this into
Raise to
English and
500,000.
Spanish final table. They all are fluent in Spanish. Blebea now at kings. Francis Cruz raised to 500,000.
Now, these two being around 30 blinds deep, I'd like to see Blebea go under the 3x sizing, maybe make it like 1.2, 1.3.
Raise to 1,400,000.
1.4.
Very close, Tony.
Close.
1.4 and oh,
Hmm.
Bello now with ace queen.
Bello strikes me as a guy who looks for reasons to get involved more than reasons to fold. So I won't be shocked if he puts in a 4-bet here, but what's difficult is that any 4-bet seemingly commits yourself to calling a shove from Julian. And that's what Bello is thinking about right now. If I were to 4-bet to say 3.5, 4, am I priced in to call a shove from Blebea? He hasn't really been 3-betting very much. Do I want to play all in with ace-queen? Do I simply want to fold and retain my stack?
This would seem like a very good fold to me.
From what we've seen at this final table, yes, but I get to see people's cards.
That is true.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
I think if Blebea were deeper, 4-bet folding would have some merit. And it looks like he did 4-bet? Am I seeing that correct? He like click 4-bet? It's a very strange sizing, I believe. No, he called.
No,
Oh, he raised.
Oh, okay. No. I was going to say, that looked like a raise to me.
He did raise.
He did raise. A very clicky sizing, I believe.
1.4. 1.4.
2.3, yeah.
It looks like 2.350.
Yeah, the absolute minimum.
2.3.
That's 2.250.
Oh.
2.3 is the minimum.
Well, final tables in ICM poker are so strange that you can use some really small sizings and still have fold equity. I do think Bello should probably go a little bit bigger than this, out of position.
So do we now see a 5-bet?
I think we should. I don't think Julian should call this hand and see a flop. Aces would be a nice slow play, but I think kings should just move it in pre-flop. Usually when you get 4-bet like this, you're getting called.
Tony, does it make sense to go for all of it here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think making some weird clicky 5-bet would be a good idea. That said,
Yes.
I've never played poker with Bello.
Raised to 3.2 million.
Yeah, he's going to re-click him. 3.2. Maybe he thinks Bello is a guy who would either call pre-flop and get himself in an unnecessarily big, weird situation, or 6-bet jam. I mean, most professional poker players would not make that play. This is the biggest final table of Bello's career. I'm not sure what his approach will be. I don't know too much about how he played in the lead up to the final table. Interesting choice from Julian to go with the click instead of the all-in. If Bello piles it in here, it will have been a brilliant decision from Julian. Even if Bello calls here, it could work out really nice for Julian, but does fold it. Wow. For just $1 million more. Bello gets out of there. He makes the cold 4-bet bluff with ace-queen. Julian clicks him, and that ends the face-off.
Do you think he feels like you could be really dominated there if it's ace-king or
Thank you.
king?
I mean, yeah, nobody ever clicks 5 bets without the nuts. I don't know. It's a very strange hand, Matt. But we were talking about our upcoming events earlier. We got through WPT Cyprus and Taiwan in August, but we've also got WPT Australia coming up in Sydney, Star Casino in Sydney, September 18th to October 1st. I'm really excited to be going down there for that. We've got our first WPT at the Prime Lodge in Texas.
I'll be there for
You'll
that.
be there for that, October 9th through 13th. Very exciting, partnering with the Lodge. And then October 17th to November 2nd, the Bay 101 Shooting Star is back in the Bay
My
Area.
home casino for many, many, many years. I
That's
started
right.
working there in 1994, Tony. How old were you in 1994?
I was 10.
You were 10 years
I was
old.
10.
That's when I started working at the Bay 101, and now you'll be a shooting star.
That's
in
right.
October, so-
Oh, I'm excited. I really enjoyed that tournament. The greatest fandom I have ever seen around a poker tournament is found at the Bay 101, where on
Absolutely.
day 1, day 2, you know, the rail is 2 or 3 people deep just watching all of these stars of the poker world.
Absolutely. We're bringing back a lot of the old school legends,
Who else you got?
like yourself. Well, we're going to be bringing in our 4-time champions, Brian Altman and Darren Elias on the
Okay.
World Poker Tour. But we also have Phil Helmuth coming in, and David Williams, who says that that's his favorite term of the year always, be coming back, an old school legend.
Yeah.
And we have, I have to look at the list again, but Mike Matiso will be there. Another old school.
I saw James Carroll and Jesse Aganima. right?
They're considering.
They're considering it?
Yeah, we're still talking about getting them in. Jesse might have a conflict, so.
Oh, okay.
Yet to announce that yet, but yeah, 2 good guys from the poker world.
2 good guys from the poker world who had a lot of spotlight this summer.
You could say that again.
2 longtime grinders. James Carroll, I'm trying to win. Did he win that event in the
Yes,
past?
he is a
did.
2-time champion. That's
Yeah.
correct. 2-time WPT champion.
One of them at
Also,
the Bay 101 on
Correct.
those years when it was like a massive first prize, 7 figures or something.
Ted Forrest won there as well.
Speaking of old school legends.
Betbese with 10-5 in the small blind.
We've seen him play very aggressive with this chip lead blind versus blind.
10 seconds.
825.
Oh,
825,000, right?
Let's continue that trend. Raising this junky 10-5 offsuit to 825. Francis Cruz in the big blind with the suited queen. Nice hand to see a flop with.
and he is out of time extension chips again. So if he gets down to 0, that's it. His hand's dead.
Heads up.
Also, if he's not facing any action and he runs out of time, then it is a check. The flop is Jack 7-4. No spades on that flop. Betbese under the gun here with just 10 high. But
This is a pretty coordinated flop, a reasonable one for Betbese to just check and give up on sometimes. Yeah,
Check.
that's what he does. Francis Cruz with bottom pair. Hand that can go either direction between betting and checking.
Check.
Elects to check. 3 of clubs on the turn. We'll give Betbese a gut shot to the 6. If he'd like to represent the clubs, he could start betting here and follow through on a club river. One of the few turns that gives him any real outs in this hand. 8 or a 9 as well. 6, of course, would be pretty good for him, but the 3 should not connect with Francis Cruz very well, so he'll consider it, but ends up checking. And now, after 2 checks, and with a hand that's pretty vulnerable, kind of like a bet in Francis Cruz's shoes, but he'll check one more time. 3 on the river. Pretty much a dream run out for Francis Cruz, really. Running 3s. No flush possibility.
you wouldn't like to see Betbese continue on that flop?
On
or
the flop,
turn?
I liked his check.
Okay.
It's just such a coordinated board. Your opponent has a lot of hands that are going to continue there, and there aren't many turn cards that are natural barrels for you. This bluff on the river, pretty reasonable. He has a hand that never wins at showdown. He needs to bluff some of the time, but this is not going to get through. This was the dream run out for Francis Cruz. He's just going to eye this bet for a moment, make the call, and be very pleased with the outcome.
And I go for it.
So even picking up that extra 1.5 million or so for Francis Cruz is big. Gets him back in 8-figure territory. Really 3 players essentially tied for 2nd place right now. Betbese, our clear leader. Bosch, our clear short stack. But at 125, 250, nobody's desperate. Francis Cruz from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Total live earnings over 3 million. The person he'd like to play most, his poker rival, Ilya Topuria. Don't
I've
know
never
that
heard. Yeah.
person. I'm going to assume it's a friend of his. Maybe he's saying, I'd like to get heads up with a friend of mine in a poker tournament.
Nice. Bayo now with King Jack.
Raise.
Raise 500,000.
Raises to 500,000. Betbese 7-4 lets it go. Cruz folds. Blebea with 10-4 in the big blind. Also lets it go. Bayo takes this one down. How was your summer, Tony?
Not bad overall. I only played a couple of live poker tournaments. That's the way I prefer it these days. Online, I had been kind of bleeding out for a while leading up to the summer, continued to bleed through the summer, and then last week had a couple of scores that got me basically back to even for that period.
Oh,
so that felt pretty good because I was starting to run out of cash, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to, sell some assets just for that to have a poker bankroll. First time I'd done that in a while, and I was like really, really close when I had a couple of scores online. And so now I'll have some cash to work with going forward into a stretch where there will be some live poker. I'm gonna play WPT Cyprus. I'm actually going to go to EPT Barcelona after that and play what is one of the larger events on the schedule. And then I will go to WPT Australia, which should be a fantastic poker tournament. You and I did the commentary for that last year around and watched, I believe, James Obst, an old friend of mine from Australia, take it down.
875.
Julian here with the pair of tens in the small blind makes it 875. Bosch will fold his 9-7, so a quick pot there for Julian, who's on a nice run here.
Yeah, some great events coming up on the World Poker Tour, and I'm telling you, Tony, when you see the players in Cyprus, you're not going to believe it.
I don't know,
You think
man.
you've seen it all by now. I promise you haven't seen
WPT
it all.
Korea was with some of my own stuff.
This is
going to top that somehow. Okay.
yes. I did commentary there last year. I don't know if you were there with me, but I think
I
you
was
might
not,
have joined
no.
at some
I
point.
might
But
have.
I did it with one of the locals, and he said, yeah, I bought in 14 times, and I never cashed. And I'm like,
whoa.
What? 14 times? This was the $1,100 prime, but still, wild. Bless you, Tony, and we
Thank
got
you.
ace-5 here. For Penny who folds. Not suited, and you still like to play that hand, yeah?
I do think that hand should raise, yeah. Aces go up in value, pairs go down in value at final tables. So, if he had raised pocket fours, I wouldn't have liked it so much. But I would have liked to see him raise the ace-5. If he were a bit shorter, I could see folding it. But, I think Bello has been loose out of the big blind, but not very aggressive. Bosch has certainly not been very aggressive. I think they are pretty much the ideal blinds on this table to be raising into and feel that you're not going to be facing a huge amount of pressure.
And as we can see, the cards that would have got through in the 7 deuce and 9 deuce.
Yeah.
King, Jack, 8 on the flop. Rainbow. Bosch now with the worst hand in poker, checking. And Bayo with position here. Will make the bet.
250,000.
250. And even if Betch doesn't believe him, he still has to fold. He's got the Romanian scarf behind him. Does Iulian. However, he lives in Mexico. Pena now with 7s.
Yeah, we talked about pairs losing some value at the final table, but 7s are too good,
500,000.
and we support this raise.
To 500,000. Besh now with Queen Deuce. On the button. Lets it go. Bay with King 9.
Nice hand to 3-bet here, in my opinion. You can do some calling, but with Bosch on a shorter stack and as a medium stack versus another medium stack, I think Bello should mix 3-betting and calling here. There's a high priority on having an ace to make that kind of play, but a little bit of a missed opportunity there.
Bit shocking. Seems like he has played hands like that previously.
Might be licking his wounds a little bit after the ace-queen versus king's hand where he lost, I want to say, 2.3 million in the pot.
Right. Betbese does follow through here with the 6-3. Flop 10, 9, 7. 2 diamonds. Or 10, 9, 4, excuse me. 2 diamonds.
A board texture where usually the pre-flop raiser should continuation bet, but the kind where your 7s, especially with the 7 of diamonds, is one of the top hands I would consider checking behind. Oof. Oh, and what a beautiful turn card for Cruz with the set of sevens. Betbese really just with the gut shot.
Double
no, actually,
gutter.
excuse me, double gutter. That's
Yeah.
right, a 5 or an 8.
Yeah.
And a board that should be pretty favorable to the big blind. So I expect Betbese to start betting here. And depending on his sizing, Francis Cruz will have a really interesting decision.
It's like 650.
Yeah.
Does make the call.
Yeah, I think there was a decision to be had between calling and raising, but you just don't have that many semi-draw hands that, semi-bluff hands that want to raise the turn.
Now that double gutter turns into 6 high.
Man, you have such a bad hand and you unblock diamonds. Pretty tempting to make one more bet. The queen is not ideal. It's better for Francis Cruz than it is for Betbese. But still, you just have a total air ball and you unblock all the folds.
475,000.
Yeah, I like this nice small bet here. Like, hey, maybe I can bluff out king high diamonds, ace high diamonds, make it look like I'm trying to get a little value with a 10 or something like that, and so he'll fold those hands. As we know, Francis Cruz has a set, and facing such a small bet on the river, I imagine he will look to raise here.
10 seconds.
2 million.
2 million
Raise.
is
2
the
million.
raise.
Like I said, he's got to be careful now. He's getting down to 10 seconds there. If he just
Right.
makes a little misstep, he loses his hand because he's out of time extensions.
I think he'll continue to act when warned. He's at 10 seconds. He's an experienced enough player that he'll be fine with his decision-making sped up.
And an online player, so I'm kind of
Yeah.
surprised that he ran out of his time extensions.
Yeah, as an online player, I very rarely use time extensions in our tournaments. I have to be put to a really weird decision before they come into play, but for the most part I'll go days without using the extension, and it's just because 30 seconds is plenty to anybody who is accustomed to multi-tabling online.
Right. Is that Argentinian jersey on the back? Yeah, I think that is. Not knowing much about soccer. But,
You and me both.
Nico. Nico's.
They tell me there's flopping in basketball, but after watching soccer,
I actually thought a guy died in soccer the other day. He was like on the ground, and they tried to pick him up, and he fell down to the
Yeah.
ground again. I thought he might have been
I'm sure he walked off the field.
in
Not a
serious
scratch on
trouble.
him.
In serious trouble.
Yeah, you know, I've got friends who love soccer. Obviously, with the international players, there's so much passion for soccer. And I'd say once every 5 years, there's like some big match. And I'm like, okay, everybody loves this. I'm going to give it a shot. And I watch the game. And then some guy makes an egregious flop and rolls around on the ground. And they stall the game. And it's still 0-0. And this guy's pretending to be injured. And I go, that's it. Enough of this. Turn that off.
Tony, we know we have some Argentinian watchers and some Dominican Republic.
Yeah,
and,
I know. It's blasphemy.
Mexico. Be careful now. We're losing
I
our
know,
audience.
I know. Betbese limps in with King Jack here in the small blind, starting to take the more limp-heavy strategy that we saw earlier when their stacks were closer to even as they are now on Ace Queen 7 2 diamonds. It is Francis Cruz who makes the pair.
Check. Check.
Check, check. Deuce of spades on the turn. Good looking card for Francis Cruz. Betbese with King Jack.
Check.
Working towards showdown.
Bet 300,000.
After that check, Francis will bet 300K. call from the king jack. King high could potentially be good, plus the gut shot to the nuts going to the river.
Yeah, these are all my people from LA. They're here to play the tournament.
And I think with this weak kicker,
here, so they
Francis
come,
will probably check
maybe
behind. I'm
get a
not
break
certain
right
of that.
now
It's
or
just a
something.
little tough to
Oh,
be
yeah,
called by
they're
worse,
on a
but
7-minute
you
break.
know, after
You can see
3
it
straight
right there.
checks, your hand is so likely to be good.
And I saw you first time. I
Yeah.
thought you are John Chong.
He's going to cut out a bet here,
UFC
800K. Oh, he's going a little bigger than I
The
would have
UFC
guessed.
fighter,
So
John
Francis,
Chong?
nice hand reading here.
UFC. the fighter.
Confident that he's good, betting for value.
I don't follow it that much.
Looks like you, really.
Really.
So you are famous.
I like boxing, you know, but I don't follow that much.
Yeah.
UFC.
And Betbese does let go of that one. Francis Cruz finding some momentum here, sneaking up on Betbese. He took a big hit with his pocket jacks, losing the all-in against Bosch's ace-king. And has steadily worked his way back to a near chip lead stack. He's still a couple million off of Betbese.
But yeah, with 9 deuce, lets it go. 9-5 for Betbese. Folds in the small blind. Francis Cruz with Queen 6. Chooses to limp. And Blebea now with Jack 8 of spades.
6, 12, 13, 3, something.
10 seconds. Check.
Just check it. Flops King 6 deuce. 1 spade. Middle pair for Francis Cruz. Going to bet 250.
250,000.
Pretty uncoordinated board, and his 6 does need some protection. Not many turn cards are good for Francis Cruz and good for him to bet. So he starts the betting here. And Iulian with 2 overcards to the 6 and the backdoor spades. Not going to give up so easy. 3 of hearts on the turn is one of those good cards for Francis Cruz. Technically, Iulian can have stuff like 4-5, but that's a mostly good card for him.
Does check it.
This is a low board that should usually favor the big blind, and Iulian has a pretty nothing hand.
10 seconds.
Wouldn't be surprised if he wants to start bluffing here. Kind of bets on the small side, trying to rep like he has one of these pairs with the gut shot. But he's just going to check behind. King on the river. One more really good-looking card for Francis Cruz, who at this point, with Queen 6, has a monster. Blind versus blind with this little action. I think he can kind of bet big here and feel confident he has the best hand. So 1.25 out there. What will he bet?
10 seconds.
Yes, I love this sizing. 1.2. Beautiful bet from Francis Cruz. Iulian will debate whether whether it's ever possible his jack high is good. And I will say that Francis has bet sizing that looks pretty polarized. He's basically saying he has a king or a really strong 6 or 4-5 or a bluff. And jack high generally beats the bluffs, but calling down that wide does seem ambitious. So one more pot goes the way of Francis Cruz as he takes another step towards capturing the chip lead.
Well, you went there?
Please.
Oh.
4 players over 10 million in
What
chips.
you do it? You don't have more?
Besh. Now just about half that.
Thank you.
Because I got a BB blind and I'm going to be...
Bello here with a king 10 on the hijack. Should be enough to get in there. No, looks like he is still taking that breather.
Betbese with the 6 deuce of clubs.
Cruz with his own 6 deuce. Now Blebea with 9-8. I think he will probably limp. But I'm wrong about this one. He's going to raise it to 800. Yeah, Bosch with a junky 8-5 offsuit in the big blind. He's been pretty card dead. So perhaps that's weighing on him right now as he contemplates taking a flop, but
Tony, talk a little bit about the ICM implications of these stack sizes.
well, for the moment, we have 4 players kind of bunched between 10 and 16 million. All of them should have a pretty risk-averse strategy against each other, while Bosch has a third of their chips. And there is a, let me double-check the figure, $75,000 jump between 5th and 4th. If Bosch, say, were to double up, you added like 9 million and everyone's pretty evenly distributed, now you can embrace the risk a little more. There's always a pretty high risk premium at the final table. You really don't want to be the one who's all in very often, or who's bloating pots unnecessarily. Meanwhile, Bosch can play somewhat freely.
And he's gone all in.
I don't really like this that much, strangely enough.
You don't need to
It's got 18 blinds. It just seems a little heavy to me. I don't think this is like a losing play or anything. I don't want to argue for that. I just don't know if all in there. Well, like a lot of his middling suited hands should be shoving, but King 9 suited feels a little bit mergy to me, where you only get worse hands to fold, only get better hands to call. Maybe you fold out some really weak aces, or like a King 10, King Jack offsuit, maybe. I feel at a shorter stack size, open jamming has more merit, but at 18 blinds, it's just a bit much to risk with the hand that doesn't get called by worse, doesn't really fold better. So aces now for Francis Cruz right behind Julian Blebea with the ace-9 suited. Likely to get into this pot somehow. Now all the suited aces between ace-2 and ace-9 do some amount of 3-betting at final tables when facing an open in these kind of situations, but ace-9 is one of the hands that does a lot of calling. Ace-9, ace-10 suited do a lot of calling, and that's what Julian opts for here.
Folds. Betbese 10-9 offsuit. He's in the big blind. You wouldn't want to play this pot multi-way?
Yeah, but it's close. One thing I'll say about multi-way pots out of the big blind is at final tables, you are much tighter than you are earlier in the tournament. And especially these cards that are in the like Broadway territory that are potentially dominated, they do a lot more folding than people would usually guess if they hadn't studied a lot of final table poker. I don't mind the call or anything from Betbese, but if he had something like Jack 10-0 or Queen 10-0, I wouldn't be shocked if we like pulled up a chart and found that that was actually a fold there. Whereas hands like 8-7-0 that have a chance to make more straights, pairs, and trips that are less likely to conflict with their opponent's range, do more calling. It's just so important not to go to flops dominated, especially in multi-way pots at a final table. But enough on that. We got Francis betting 500K on a board that is really whiffed both of his opponents. Blebea quickly out, Betbese quickly out, and so a fast win that does deliver a chip lead for Francis Cruz.
Can you bring me one Perrier? I will join the Perrier team because they are doing so good. I need to do the same.
Okay, I want one too.
We need to keep with the team that are working on this table.
What?
We need to do the team that are working on this table. Perrier is working. Let's go with Perrier.
I'll be interested to see if Francis Cruz, with the chip lead now, tries to play more like the chip leader, force the action, apply pressure a bit more like we saw Blebea do. Excuse me, Betbese.
Best year was 7-4.
What's the iPad password?
I just noticed right now that Bosch is wearing a Bitcoin-themed shirt. I like this guy even more now. What an absolute stud. Alright, back to our chip leaders. Blind versus blind. Now I think Betbese should have a really limp-heavy strategy from the small blind. And as their stacks have gotten closer and deeper, that's what we've seen him do. Francis will check behind with 6-4.
Flop is 1 diamond, a jack, deuce, and a 7. Betbese with the best hand, 9-6 suited.
$350. Bet
350 is the bet, and that'll get it done. Betbese wins this pot. Next payout is $220,000. First place, $790,000. 100 plus a 10,400 seat to the WPT World Championship held here in Las Vegas in December. Schedule coming out soon.
Beautiful time of year to be in Vegas too, actually.
Yes,
December is
not
really
so
a
bad.
nice month.
I really like
It's
it.
usually like 65, sunny, pleasant, cool cool at night when the sun goes down. Bosch and Bello both with Queen Jack here. Bosch folding his. I think that's a good fold. Could be a tempting hand, but on the short stack, I don't think it goes that well for him to open from the hijack. I like this one from Bello on the cutoff, though. He's got more chips and, of course, one less player to get through. Iulian with Jack 6 on the big blind. Has a hand that is a clear defend earlier in a tournament. At a final table, much more fringe. Yeah, I like the fold.
It's 3 in a row for him folding in the big blind.
Yeah, as much defending as we do from the big blind earlier in tournament poker, once you get to a final table, you need to pull the brake. Start folding a lot more of those borderline hands like Jack-6 offsuit. It's so counterproductive to take flops. You know, make a pair, make a draw, call one straight, have to fold, and just bleed away chips. You also can't play your draws as aggressively. It's just so much harder to win those pots out of the big blind. Round to Francis.
Ace-9 suited on the button.
Raise 500,000.
And here's a hand that can be defended. Yes, Tony? King-5 suited.
Yes, certainly. Earlier in a tournament, we would be playing King-5 suited here. At the final table, it's really cuspy.
What do you mean by cuspy?
Right
on the cusp.
Yeah, right on the cusp of being playable. Yeah, I think I like his fold.
Okay.
A little bit higher up in suited kings, we'd see him get involved, but that's a good disciplined fold there.
And for Besh with King-5 offsuit.
In his shoes, I would like a defend. You know, this is a button raise from the chip leader. You're the shortest stack. I think he's playing a little too snug pre-flop, and his opponents are not taking like big unnecessary risks. So it's not as though on his short stack he can just bide his time, wait him out, maybe 1 or 2 guys bust. I don't think that his opponents are going to accommodate at all, and so he should still be looking to take flops with hands that are profitable to see a flop with, and King-5 definitely is that. Big blind versus button.
Definitely nobody here really getting out of line.
Yes, exactly. So if your table was more volatile, if people were playing big pots and being all in, sure, I can see the merit to overfolding the big blind a little bit. But as a clear short stack on a table full of guys playing small ball poker, you need to see some flops, try and make some pairs, and run up your stack a bit.
Betbese raises with King-Queen offsuit. To Besh in small blind.
Whew. Close one. Under 20 big, small blind versus hijack. It's the guy who's been the most active opener, which I think is the key detail here. And you're the clear short stack. If there were other short stacks, I would like to fold, but I think Bosch should probably look to get involved there. I think, you know, final table poker is so strange. We could even talk about 3-bet folding, using that as a bluff. We could talk about jamming. He's only 18-ish bigs deep, facing a guy who's been pretty wide with his opens. I know it doesn't feel great to get that many chips in at a final table with ace-10-0. But again, I think Bosch just playing a little too tight, missing an opportunity.
Raise 500,000.
Blebea now with Queen-10 raises to 500,000. Ace-Jack for Besh.
Now I think we gotta go. This is simply too good. You're facing a cutoff raise, not a hijack one.
I know you don't want to, Besh, but you have to.
4 million.
There he goes.
4 million.
4 million is a bet. Leaving some chips behind. Another big debate in the poker world going on right now about leaving one or very few chips behind.
Ooh, really close decision here for Betbese. It is unfortunate for him that Iulian is still to act behind with 9 million in chips. Because what he can't do is call this 4 million and then fold to Iulian, but he needs to be concerned. But he's going to go for it.
All in.
And a quick call from Bosch, so he'll be flipping for his tournament life. One of the 10s is dead, so that is favorable.
This is how it always works. We need to flip to win the ship.
You can
It's
do
never cool as
Francis is right, though.
flip.
This is how it works. You need to just flip a bunch and win them to win a poker
Good for
tournament.
the TV.
Good for TV. Ace Jack versus 10s. Betbese has him covered. Oliver Bosch all in for 4.35. In the hospital earlier this week. Let's see what happened on the flop. 663. Great flop for Betbese. He's 7 on the turn. Bosch down to 6 outs. And it's an ace on the
Ace
river.
on the river.
Right from the hospital room.
Ooh, man.
The honey badger is hard to kill, you know that?
Oh, it's coming back.
The honey badger is back. And look at these stack sizes now, Tony.
Yeah, very even around this table. Francis Cruz, the leader at 15.9. Everyone else right around 10 or 11 million.
You are
Settle
using it
in.
one time already, 2 times.
Look at
I
these
lost
stack
in the last
sizes.
5 years all coin flips possible.
This final
so
table will
so
continue a while.
the
You see
EV,
your
the
credit?
EV only,
for now.
okay,
You see your
okay.
credit, huh?
Yes.
The EV only you some money and you're taking on this one?
This one is running well until now.
That would have left us with 4 Spanish-speaking players at the table. Tony had he'd been eliminated. Queen 8 for Bosch. Folds.
Now back on Betbese after losing that flip. He's got the Queen Jack of Hearts. Think he will continue his limp heavy strategy. It's a pretty good hand, so could consider raising, but once more he will limp. Francis Cruz should very much consider raising this hand. It's just so bad that when you go to the flop, it's unlikely you connect in a meaningful way.
$850.
Raise to 850,000.
And it appears we have just announced that the WPT Best Bet Scramble returns November 14th to 18th at Best Bet Jacksonville with a $5,000 buy-in and million guarantee. The festival will run October 30th through 18th. We commentated that final table
Yes, we
last
did.
year as well.
Awesome.
I made a bit of a run there, if I recall. I think I made the final 2 tables.
2 tables, yeah.
It's been some real near misses the last couple of years, Matt. Final 2 tables 3 times. No final tables. I'm hungry.
You're due. You're due for
hungry.
your second title. All right, we've gone to the flop here with the 3 spades on the flop. Ace, 9, 7. Cruz Pena with a pair of 7s. That's second ace on the turn.
Not much reason for Betbese to start betting here. Francis Cruz might want some protection for his hand. But he elects to check. King of Hearts on the river. Yeah, Betbese basically has the nut no pair. So not that much reason to bet. He's going to try and get the showdown and just lose. to the sevens and aces of Francis.
Oh, you want another one?
Small one.
Small one?
Blebea now the short stack here. Iulian Blebea from Romania, living in Mexico. Bayo now with ace-5 offsuit. Choosing to get involved, raising to 500,000. Bayo's out. And Bayo takes down the pot.
Yeah, some junky hands to get through there. Pretty even final table for the moment.
So that's 4 consecutive folds on the big blind for Iulian Blebea. He has not had any hands, but at the same time, I know I get tired of folding the big blind.
Well, our chip leader has less than double our short stack, so quite an evenly bunched final table. Betbese folding the cutoff with 10-9. On to Francis on the button with 8-5 suited. And that'll be worth a raise.
Raise to 600,000.
Up to 6. Iulian with Jack-7 suited in the small blind. A little too weak to get in there. Bosch in the big blind with King-Deuce. Continues to fold from the big blind. That one a little closer than the King-5 earlier, but I still think King-high hands should usually defend against a button raise, especially from, you know, a chip leader who's going to be opening a wide range. It's possible the very worst kings are supposed to fold there, but I feel like anytime I check a spot at a final table when you're in the big blind and you have a king facing a raise and it's heads up pot, it almost always calls. Betbese going out. Yes, Will Francis. Now Iulian with ace-8 on the button. He will look to raise.
Raise to 600,000.
Blinds are now 150,300, so Blebea has raised to 600,000, the minimum raise. Bayo now with King-10.
Certainly a hand that should see a flop. Even do a little bit of 3-bet bluffing, but mostly we'll call.
Call 600,000.
And on Jack 5-3, 2 hearts, Iulian retains the lead. Bello, some backdoor draws, and King High. Pretty reasonable flop for Iulian to check behind. That said, Bello will be defending less of the 5 and 3 parts of this board at a final table. So earlier in a tournament, you often check behind these like Jack 5-3, Jack 7-4 type hands, or you bet big. On this texture at a final table, maybe more merit to just betting in Julian's shoes, but he does check behind. Like I said, very reasonable board to be checking at a high frequency. Does allow Bello to catch up for free on the turn, though, with the 10 of spades. After the check behind on the flop, King 10 looks and feels pretty big here, but he will check. I would not be looking to bet in Julian's shoes now, especially because Bello, he sort of reached and shuffled his chips like he was very much considering a bet and then checked, which makes me a little worried that he's connected. Again, I'm seeing cards, you know, it's easy for me to say, oh, well, that tell he just made means he has a pair, and I'm looking at his pair. But you do notice these things as you play more poker, that when people are thinking about betting, there's like sort of this instinctual reach for the chips. Does go check, check, 2 pair for Bello on the river. I think Bello will bet, and that's fine. I think it's probably the best play. But I would almost rather check this river than the turn. It's a river where your opponent will bluff at some frequency, but he's just got too much hand, and Julian looks to have something like an ace high so often that I like the bet that he's made here, and he's sizing it pretty big as well, just in case Julian has, let's say, something like 6s through 9s that rather reasonably just checked down to the river and now face a decision. But with ace high, I don't see a lot of reason for Julian to try and snap this off. He will let that one go.
Second nut, no pair.
Folds over to Bosch on the button. Lets that one go. Now Bello in the small blind with King 3.
Call 250,000, 300.
You will call. Betbese with 1 pip better in the big blind. Has a hand that can mix checks and raises. You know, these really disconnected one face card hands do like to do some ISO raising against the small blind limp, but Betbese just wants to check. So Bello versus Nico. And it's ace-10-4. Betbese with a commanding lead now. Bello really needs to go running 3s or running deuce-5.
That's 400,000.
But he wants to do the betting here. Makes it 400k. Not an unreasonable bet. The ace-10 part of this texture will favor the small blind more than the big blind.
And he's going with it, so. There it is.
Ooh.
Now 2 pair kings and 4s. There are some chop outs now.
Yeah,
as well.
fortunately for Bello, the ace on the board will prevent him from losing a big pot here. He may still bet his hand for value, but I imagine it will be a small sizing. looks like really... Nope, now he's cutting out more of a mid-size bet.
That's 725.
725 is the bet.
Close, could be a little thin. Kind of tough to get called by worse unless your opponent has like a Broadway 10. I'd rather see him bet the times he has King, Queen, King, Jack, King 9.
Call 725.
Betbese, thrilled with this development, makes the call. 4 on the river, full house for Nico.
Wow.
It should be a card that, again, may slow down Bello. It's not a good card for him. He's now chopping with another... I mean, he was always chopping with another king, but he loses to trips now. Yeah, that's fine.
Check it.
Check. How much does Betbese want to bet here? I would lean big. You know, you're just hoping that Bello has an ace and tells himself, well, I'm chopping with all the other aces. Not that many value hands for my opponent. He shouldn't have too many naked 4s. Usually if he calls twice with a 4, you have diamonds.
However, he does go big, then Bello just lets it go.
Yeah, I think Bello will find the fold, but the times Bello has an ace, it's really difficult to fold to any bet that's not massive. You know, if he bets 2x pot, yeah, he's going to fold an ace some of the time, but if he just bets like...
3.5.
Yeah, exactly, like 100% pot, and he's gone slightly more than that, I think it's really tough to find a fold with an ace. So this is a very well-sized bet from Betbese. Do not think calling with a king is advisable in Bello's shoes. He doesn't even block Queen Jack. He will have plenty of aces to call with here at this decision point, so it would be Bello's first big misstep of the final table, were he to pay this 3.5 million off with kings and 4s.
He's gone to a time extension. And he's down to 2. I think you can start seeing those play a little more of a role in this final table. This is a big decision. And he's using...
Yeah, there's just really not that many bluffs for Betbese to have. You need him to hold something like backdoor diamonds that missed.
Does let it go.
Yeah, good fold there from Bello.
As you said, this is on a delay. So he's going to see that hand later on, but that doesn't look like Nico's giving up that information right away.
Beautiful hand.
Did say I had a beautiful hand.
Yeah, beautiful run out for Nico.
Elvyn does not look happy.
Well, he hasn't had much good fortune at this final table. You know, he's not unraveling or anything like that, but he is steadily bleeding away chips in most hands he
Yeah,
plays.
so my friend from Argentina, you just bluffed me, okay?
Really tough to find bluffs there, though, so I think that's a good fold.
Raise to 600,000.
Yeah, I'm gonna see the 4-5 on diamond.
Said he thought he might have had diamonds there.
Yeah, you know, you guessed the 4-5 of diamonds, but that's the dilemma, is there's not that many hands to put your opponent on. So Julian opens the next hand with King
You can't have a
Queen.
10. You can't have a 10. Because you would have let it down after that turn. So you have a 4 with the flush draw.
4 with a flush draw, he says.
Interesting.
He did have a 4.
Yeah.
He just had something else with it.
I don't have that.
I'm gonna see it later.
He did make a note. I saw
Yeah.
him gesture to his fans out in the
You
audience who
bluff
were out
me
there
on
watching.
some,
Tell me
okay?
that in. Tell me that in.
Do you bluff
We do have a
me
rule on
some?
the World Poker
So
Tour
we
and
on
most
fire right
properties
now.
that we have that you cannot talk to the rail between hands. They can talk to on breaks,
Okay.
which I'm fine with.
I think that's the right rule.
All right, Besh here now with 5s.
We talked earlier about how the small pairs shrink up at the final table, so I like that fold from Bosch. I think somewhere around 6s or 7s is the right pip to get involved. I'd probably play 7s there, and if it were a softer final table, maybe 6s, but at this one, I think I would just fold 6s in issues. Francis with king 9 in the small blind. Limps in. Julian with queen deuce. Again, the kind of Broadway low card combination that can do some ISO raising against a limp. See that a decent amount with stuff like king deuce, queen 3. That's what he'll do here.
Raise 1,050,000.
$1,050,000. But Francis has limped a very playable hand, so I think he will take him up on this $1 million proposition.
And you are correct again.
Calls 1,050,000.
3 spades, 10, 9, 7, and Cruz does have the king spades,
Pretty damn good flop for Francis Cruz.
right?
Really nothing here for Julian. He might just check behind with this one. This texture connects pretty well with the limp call range of Francis. Not having a spade, pretty detrimental. I will say he has such a nothing hand that he may want to just stab at this once and see if he can take it, but I like the check behind there. Francis, I think we'll mostly bet after that check.
Bet 650,000.
550.
550,000.
Goes with the small sizing of 550 for about quarter-ish pot. And that gets the fold from Queen Deuce. Here's a look at our payouts. $790 plus a $10,400 seat up top, so over $800K for a winner. Worst case scenario, you take home $220,000 for fifth. Ton of money for stake at this final table in the 5K buy-in. Over 1,100 players, I believe, 1,100 entries.
Yeah,
in this
1,153 entries in this event. Not a bad week's work, that's for sure. But none of them want that 220. They all want more. It's not greedy.
Not greedy, it's just what we do for a living.
That is correct.
Raise 600,000.
Bello, ace queen makes it 6. Right behind Betbese with a pair of 8s.
Call.
He will call. Bosch in the big blind with Jack 6. He's out of there. So heads up between these two.
That's it.
Queen 10-9. Bello with top pair, top kicker. On a fairly wet flop. He should be cautious here out of position. It's a board that connects quite well with Betbese's calling range. So I like that check from Bello. Top pair is a nice hand here, but if your opponent starts piling in money, it shrinks up awful fast. On Queen 10-9. Betbese content to check behind, looking for a jack, and he gets it.
Oh.
So the bottom end of the straight for Betbese. Bello now.
Still a
needing
scary
king.
card for him.
Scary card. Look, Bello will have more kings than Betbese as the opener.
Bet 400,000.
Bellows raising, or betting 400,000. I'm sensing you don't like that, Tony.
I don't hate it or anything. I just wonder whether he should even have any small bets at this juncture. Betbese will call.
A harmless 4 on the river. What's the play here, Tony?
I don't think you can bet again. There's really just not any value to be had. It wouldn't shock me if Bello tries to price his showdown and bets like 500K or something. But he does check. I like that check. And so little money has gone in here that I was going to say, but Betbese, close decision on the river. Again, one of those spots earlier in a tournament, we definitely see him bet at a final table. Just so much merit to checking behind, taking the showdown, usually winning, not opening yourself up to a check raise.
Right when you call, I know.
Part of whether you should bet or check that river is determined by how capable you think your opponent is bluffing the river. And checking hands on the river with a king in them.
Nice turn.
Thanks.
Do you think he means it when he says nice?
He does not. It's my most confident read of the day.
Ace King for Francis Cruz.
Raise
Raises to
600,000.
600,000. Blebea folds 10 deuce. Besh will fold Jack 5. The action is back to Bayo, who has Ace Queen, and we could have some trouble here. Now you just saw a player lose the last hand. Top pair. You think he's a little steaming,
Yeah, and
and then
he has
three.
a pretty strong hand here. It's just at a stack size where if you 3-bet and your opponent jams, you do have to call off, but you don't perform great against that range. Again, early in a tournament, I would 3-bet, call it off all day. At a final table, it becomes much closer at the stack size.
And there it goes. He is all in.
What you don't want to do is 3-bet fold. I mean, if you know your opponent has ace king, you sure do.
Yeah.
But when you're 30 blinds deep, you don't want to take a hand as valuable as ace queen suited and just turn it into a 3-bet bluff pre-flop. You would much rather use like ace 3 offsuit for that and just call with ace queen suited and keep some dominated hands in your opponent's range. So I think if Bello 3-bets here, as he has, it should be with the intention to call a jam, and it's a little concerning to me that he made this play without a clear plan. That always tells me a little bit about the level of someone's game, I guess you'd say, that they take actions without having a clear plan.
Tony, I did sense it earlier that he did not want to play big pots.
Yeah.
He wanted... He may fold this.
He might, and because of his opponent's hand, it's going to work out great for him.
Wow.
I just think that if you are facing a raise in the big blind with that hand, you need to tell yourself, if I 3-bet and my opponent jams, what's my next step? What is my plan? And if the plan is to fold, then why are we 3-bet bluffing with ace-queen suited? Your opponent's not going to really raise call that many worse hands at a final table. Yes, some, but not many. And so I think he would do better to just call the ace-queen suited and find some low offsuit aces for a 3-bet bluff there. And that's the kind of mistake, to be honest, I used to make that type of mistake all the time. I would take a hand like ace-queen suited under ICM pressure and bloat the pot and then be like, oh, wait, now what do I do?
Right.
And end up playing too big of a pot with it. And I get it, because for most of the tournament, ace-queen suited is a massive hand there. You just 3-bet, and if your opponent jams, you shrug and call it off.
Raise. 600.
Ace deuce of hearts. Was raised to 600,000. Now, Elvin's going to get all this information in about 30 minutes. What he does with it could make the difference.
And now he has a hand that I think has tied for the short stack. You should probably just shove. Especially since it would put Julian to a decision for his tournament life. These suited Broadway hands, ooh, don't like seeing that. These suited Broadway hands play pretty well as like 20-something blind jams under ICM. Doesn't feel very good.
Right.
You know, you don't really want to be all in with them. You
I
don't
guess
wanna
that doesn't make much sense to me. If, as the amateur player here,
Mhm.
you're saying that he just folded ace-queen suited, and now you want him to jam with
Part of it is
queen
this-
10 suited.
is the stack depth, right? He
Yeah.
3-bet folded off of like 33 blinds with
Right.
ace-queen suited. Now, facing an opener who has only 24 blinds, and you have like 27 yourself, when you jam, you're risking less. You're out of the small blind, which is the least natural position to be playing from, as opposed to the big blind where you can close the action. And you have a hand that fares pretty well when it sees 5. I'm not entirely sure that queen 10 suited is supposed to shove there, but I feel very confident that hands like queen jack suited, king jack suited, king 10 suited would be all in there. And I suspect that if we went and checked a chart, queen 10 suited would be all in and would at least find a way to get involved in
Yes.
some manner. And Betbese taking more of the approach that I recommended in the last hand, right?
Ooh.
His hand is, oh my goodness, what a turn card. At least it being a diamond will prevent Betbese from losing a huge pot here. If that was the 2 of clubs, he might end up doubling up Julian. With the 2 of diamonds, even Julian will consider checking back. I do think he should bet. I think checking back is quite reasonable. But I do think his hand, this particular 2-pair combination, wants some protection and can still get value. So I'd like to see him bet like 1.3 here.
10 seconds.
Julian does not like using his time chips.
No.
And he does bet 1 million.
And for that price, I think Betbese sees a river. His opponent can have some bluffs here. Broadways with a diamond type hands. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, Betbese with the ace-jack suited recognized that his hand was not quite good enough to play for an all-in pre-flop, and that by calling pre, he keeps dominated aces in. Unfortunately for him, he gets the nightmare run out here. Although, a 6-10 or
yeah.
jack, 5 of clubs, no help. And I think Julian will check behind here. He needs to be really cautious about Betbese having diamonds. Especially when they have roughly pot to play. It's not a certainty that he checks behind, but probably checks behind. It's a close decision. River strategies on final tables are very polar. So I think a lot of his betting range here is flushes and broadways with a diamond. And many other hands just check back.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I like that check. I don't think he was going to get called by the ace-jack of spades either. And what was a promising situation for Betbese crumbles with the deuce of diamonds on the turn, delivering the win for Julian.
He got out of that pot fairly unscathed, though.
I agree.
Yeah.
And he was in a great spot to take a nice chunk of Julian's chips. Ace king now for Julian.
600.
I don't think Bello wants to play queen 8 offsuit on the button, but he took a beat there. Francis with king 5 in the big blind. Close one.
Call. Heads up.
Does make the call. Ten, 9, 6, all spades. Julian has flopped the nuts. But I don't know that there's enough on this flop for Julian's hand to really invest any money. I think that Julian will find some checks here. As amazing as it is to flop the nut flush when you block your opponent from having the king of spades, it's a little less ideal than the times you raise like ace 5 of spades and your opponent calls, and now there's, you know, more Broadway combos out there that your opponent can put real money into the pot with. Julian does start the betting at 350, and Francis feels that with the 5 of spades, he has enough here to see a turn. We know that's not the case. 4 diamonds on the turn.
Check.
This will probably be where the hand ends, because
Why wouldn't that be a sneaky check there after getting called on the
because
flop?
your hand is still so good that you just want to get 3 streets of value while you have something this strong.
10 seconds.
Maybe if they were more shallow, I could see a check behind. And look, again, with the king of spades, it's not the craziest idea in the world, but I just think, you know, we're fairly deep. Your opponent can have 8 7s and pairs plus draws, and lots of stuff that will call one more bet and then decide on the river. When you make these big hands at final tables, try and build the pot.
Okay.
Unless you're really shallow and you think the money could go in on the river. But with so much to play behind, I like that Julian continued to barrel his nut flush.
And my thinking would be that because he had called on the flop, that he has something to continue with.
And look, there's a lot of stuff that can continue. You could have like a queen jack with the spade. That's not going to fold. He could have pair plus spade with an 8 or a 7, right? That's not going to fold. He could have the flop straight and just be calling down. He could even have 2 pair combos, which have no reason to raise on the flop on such a wet texture.
Right. Vega folds, but Betbese now with ace 3. And 55 here at the WPT Venetian Las Vegas Championship. 1,153 entries started this event. We're down to the final 5 players. First place in this event, over $800,000, which includes that seat WPT Championship, the World
Yes, I need
Championship,
to have some
Las
walks.
Vegas in December.
I guess I need to have some walks. The 7 deuce, the 9 deuce, the 8 deuce.
I like that fold from
Well,
Francis with the
But I
junk
can
hand and the
raise
small
1
blind. You're
million.
still supposed to fold your
It's
worst
too bad.
hands, even as
Too
chip
bad.
leader.
9 deuce. Too bad, it's too bad.
I told you.
I need to have.
I'm Latino too.
I need to have
I'm
this.
Latino too, we are friends.
Yeah, I need to have this.
There are better hands for sure.
Yeah.
Bello with junky 9 deuce. Francis with king 6 of spades on the button. Nice one to get play there.
Raise.
I made a PSA this morning, Tony,
What's that?
that when a player puts his thumbs in the air, that does not mean raise.
It does not, no.
No.
It
does not.
often indicates they intend to raise, but it's not a binding action.
That is correct.
Sometimes you just want to give an enthusiastic thumbs up.
Absolutely, and you shouldn't be forced to raise if you do that. I'm afraid that that is going to be something people are going to be doing more and more. I don't know why I'm afraid
It's
of
got
that.
a weird thumbs up angle.
It could be, for sure.
Right, raise from Francis with the ace 9 of clubs. Bosch is out. Bello with his own suited ace. Should look to see a flop.
Well, heads up.
King 10-8, 2 hearts. Both players really whiffing on this one.
Check.
So Francis follows through with a bet of 350.
Haven't had any real cooler spots here. .319 local time here in Vegas. I'll to thank you all for out there watching on YouTube or on X.
The Bosch with 10-9 suited on the button.
We are reading those comments on YouTube. Thank you, Josh, for the compliment. I don't know whether that's valid or not, of course. Tony Dunst, one of the greatest to ever be in the commentary booth, that's for sure.
Been here a long time now, actually.
Yes.
15 years.
15 years.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Betbese with the 8-6 of clubs in the big blind. See a flop. We haven't gotten to watch Bosch play too many hands unless he was all in.
Ooh, 2 pair now.
Ooh, what an interesting flop.
And 2 hearts and a straight draw for Besh.
Yeah, massive draw for Bosch. Betbese has flopped 2 pair and is an underdog in this hand.
450.
450,000.
This is a texture that I think Betbese should really raise with his bottom 2, and I think he will raise. And then things will get very interesting, because Bosch has one of the few hands that could consider 3-bet jamming the flop as a bluff. Semi-bluff, of course, but
10 seconds.
unblocking the queen, I think at this stack depth it's time to fast play, and Betbese agrees. He makes it 1.6. Nice sizing there.
Wow.
And
Besh.
gosh, I mean,
He has such... Oh, he's not going to...
I would really prefer the jam. We know it would not get through. But your opponent should have some check raise bluffs, and the dilemma now is, like, if he bombs the turn or he shoves this turn, which is not a very favorable turn for him, Betbese could even, you know, look, against many players I would consider checking the turn. From a theory standpoint, I think there's a lot of merit to checking the turn. Against Bosch, I would just want to put the money in myself.
10 seconds.
And he could think about jamming. Bosch only has a pot size, yeah,
All in.
pot size bet left. And see, this is the dilemma with just calling the flop for Bosch, is you're only going to have pot to play on the turn. You're going to be facing a jam, and now you have no fold equity. You have to consider calling it off. And you're going to be denied your equity. Oh, gross decision.
And you could see
Gross
the
decision.
consternation on his face.
And he's like, yeah, it's like dead even. You know, if he could see Betbese's cards, like call or fold is basically a break-even situation.
He throws out a time extension. Now, those are one of those situations. If the guy's not paying attention, that time extension chip looks like a call.
Oh, yeah.
So you kind of get a little jump out of the other player.
I think he has to fold, honestly. You know, as we can see, it's basically break-even just from a chip EV standpoint to call. But when you factor that you bust 2/3 of the time, I'm almost certain you have to fold.
How many outs does he have?
15, right?
15?
Yeah. 9 and 6.
All in.
Wow.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that happen on the flop where there's some fold equity instead of calling it off there. I understand why Bosch made the decision. Betbese would be down to 3.7 million if he loses this all in. Be a pretty tragic way to be knocked down to the short stack, or he could bring this final table down to 4th and eliminate Bosch. Make it an entirely Spanish-speaking final table.
The river of the tournament so far.
Any heart, 7 or jack for Bosch.
There it is.
Oh, it is the king of hearts.
And you don't know the setup here, but they're looking through a glass wall there.
Yeah, he's not just fist pumping the wall.
So you can see it there.
That is fold.
People are out there cheering, and that's a tough one for Betbese.
Oh, tough, yeah. Got it in so good.
And had that happen, you know, just on the
Yeah.
flop, same result, doesn't matter.
Right, had that
Doesn't
happen
change
on the
anything.
flop, though, you kind of understand your opponent's decision a little
Right.
more. You're like, oh, well, he just ripped it in with 15 outs. What can I do? But when he calls it off on the turn, it's, I'm pretty sure, not a very good call. And when you're sitting there in Betbese's shoes, you were the chip leader not that long ago. Now he calls it off on the turn instead of jamming the flop. You're just sick inside. You're just, no. That's how you do me. No. He's got 12, 13 blinds left.
I mean, it's got to feel more satisfying for Besh, though, because he called on the turn to catch that. Well, it's one to come. Wow. What a hand.
And for what it's worth, earlier in the tournament, I wouldn't fold in Bosch's shoes. It's just the pressure that ICM creates where you have so much incentive to never be all in and at risk. Now Bosch with ace-7 of diamonds now on the cutoff.
10 seconds. There's the 600.
Right back to work. Francis Cruz in the big blind. Going out with 10-5 offsuit. So quite a swing for Nicolas Betbese. He was a significant chip leader, 5-handed. After some rough beats, finds himself on 12 blinds.
Bayo now. King 6 of diamonds in the cutoff. Pulls his hood up. Usually means he's getting involved. But he doesn't. He does fold. You'd like to see him playing that King 6 suited from the cutoff?
Yeah, I think so. On 23 blinds and with one short stack behind you and then the chip leader in the small blind, maybe I wouldn't. I think with a deeper stack, his hand would be worth an open. And it's really close as is, but pretty reasonable spot to make some snug folds there, actually. So I take it back. Francis will raise to Julian. Now with Betbese so short, I think Francis should be really aggressive out of the small blind up against Julian on the middling stack. But with Jack-10, Julian has a really nice hand to see a flop in position, so these two will tangle again.
Call. Heads up.
Great flop for the Jack-10, and not a bad one for Queen 3 of clubs.
One club flop. Gut shot straight. Open-ended.
Yeah, gut
And
shot
top pair for Blebea.
to the top end of the straight. Backdoor flush draw. And that cannot win at showdown.
1,150,000.
No,
Thinking
650.
some
Yeah.
650.
bluff out some superior king high, ace high hands. I like this bet from Francis.
650,000.
And Julian with the monster here. With outs to an even better hand. He will be calling. I would really not like a raise in Julian's shoes. But he knows better than that.
Call.
Wow. Look at that card.
Interesting card. It's one that is usually better for Julian than Francis, so Francis should have a very high check frequency here, but he will have some jacks of his own, he'll have some queen jack, and not only will those hands want to continue betting, but he needs to find some semi-bluffs as well, and something like Queen 3 of clubs feels like about as good a semi-bluffing candidate as you're going to find. So he'll bet 1.4 million. Julian says, all right, man. You want to do the betting for me when I've got a straight? That's just fine. And Julian even has the jack of clubs to provide some protection against potential clubs on the river.
10 seconds.
.4 bet and called. And the all-important river card coming up is a jack. Look at this.
Wow.
Wow is correct. Straight on the board. Blebea. How is this going to play out now? Can Francis Cruz just shove here?
No, there's 6.4 in the middle. I don't think you'd want to shove. Iulian has 7.8 behind. Ooh, this 1.6 bet is very likely to get paid off. It's just like quarter pot. Iulian must be so annoyed.
Dominating in this hand till that point.
10 seconds.
And Queen Jack and Queen 10 are two of the hands most likely to consider betting this flop, although I don't know that Queen 10 bets the turn. I still think Iulian has a pretty good hand to just shrug and call with here and be very annoyed when Francis tables that queen.
10 seconds. Time at.
2-time banks now.
Seconds.
Just sense the frustration in his body language.
3rd time extension.
Well, Iulian has a surplus
Yeah.
of time extensions sitting next to him.
It's kind of a luxury now.
Yeah.
Does make the call.
Settles on the call.
Straight to the corner.
Sees the bad news. That's a significant portion of his stack. Now dropping Blebea down to 6.150.
Nice run out.
Yeah, for sure.
Just a bad.
You know it was coming, huh?
It's a good bet then.
Yeah.
Good bet on the river.
Good bet on the river.
I was trying to think what the ideal bet size is on the river. Weird spot. Here's our prize pool. Somebody is going to be knocked out next and take home $220,000. Our venture winner, $790 plus a $10,400 seat to the WPT World Champs in December. Right now, Francis, the man to beat, full stack of greens,
Had the nose and
working
you can
on
have
another.
The 7.
Oh, no, not on that one.
And Bash, who was
didn't-
short
pre-flop.
most of the day
Pre-flop.
now.
Yeah.
Almost the nose.
2nd in chips in a very good spot.
Kind of figure out.
The stack sizes are pretty nice for Francis Cruz here. He has the big lead. Bosch, who has been on the snug side at this final table, is 2nd in chips. He's probably just going to, fold, try and get the 3-handed heads up, see what he can do from there. I don't think he's going to go out of his way to fight back against Francis. And then the other short stacks are going to try and outlast each other. And especially with Betbese short, Bello and Blebea should be really conservative. So just an ideal setup for Francis Cruz, who is going to pummel these guys until someone's fate is decided.
Right now we're number 4 of play here and have only lost 1 player. The structure started off very deep, and as you know in these situations, Tony, they just get shorter unless they eliminate some players. So some decisions are going to be made shortly.
Yeah. I mean, Betbese under 12 blinds will be in open shove territory soon.
Blebea with 20 bigs, 22 for Bayo.
Now with a pair of 10s on the button, Iulian will be raising here.
Raise to 600,000.
Makes it 6. Besh with 10-5.
Bello Bella with ace-7. At these stack sizes, I think he should have some jams pre-flop, but they're like low-suited aces. I would really not like it with ace-7 offsuit. Ace-6, ace-7 offsuit are some of the last hands that, at this stack depth, we want to 3-bet bluff all-in pre. And I fear that's what Bello is considering here. It's going to 3-bet not all in, I think. I just...
1.8 million?
Ay, boy. There was some situations earlier in the final table I would have liked to see this kind of thing from Bello, but right now I think his hand plays best as a call. I mean, I will say this looks incredibly strong, but these two got into a click war earlier, so I think Julian's a little less likely to be intimidated and will probably just go all in. But this really sucks. Yeah.
There it is.
All in?
And Bello quickly folds.
Yeah. Look, when you're facing that 3-bet, it's gross. Your opponent is just not 3-bet folding very much at all. But 10s are a hand that needs to be all in there, and Julian understands that well.
A big chunk of chips shipped over to Julian there, and Bello wanting to know how many chips Betbese has.
Can't fold it. It's,
I tried so hard. I tried.
it's so hard, yeah. It's nice price to show.
Huh?
It's nice price
Betbese had
to
the
show.
chip lead. Bello had the chip lead.
I don't have so much.
And now Cruz
playing that.
with the chip lead.
There's 600,000?
Blebea here with a nice hand to 3-bet fold, given the positions and stack sizes. Calling, not crazy, but I think on the cutoff versus the hijack, it's going to play best as a 3-bet.
10 seconds.
And Francis Cruz should be opening really wide here, so the 3-bet will get through most of the time. Don't like that one. Just can't get behind that fold, Matt. I get it, though. You know, there's other shorter stacks at the table. Blebea solidly in third, two guys really short. Doesn't want to reduce the distance between himself and those players, but, you know, the saying goes under ICM, you can't stop playing poker.
Can I get change?
And Betbese
Thank
will
you.
be all in here,
Last
though.
change. Oh, I am.
Yeah, he had everything over there.
And with Cruz's stack size, can he consider calling that?
They will raise the chips, no?
All in?
I would not call. I like that fold.
Okay.
Retaining the big chip lead is really important, and Betbese is only going to be jamming like, let me think about this, maybe like 5s plus, 6s plus, and then, you know, aces, stronger aces. I don't know if you would even jam any Broadway combos there.
Okay.
Your 10-8 suited not faring very well. If Betbese had more like 7 blinds, 8 blinds, now we start talking about whether he's priced in with the hand that performs well when it sees 5 like 10-8 suited, but for a 10 big blind shove, I think he can get out of there. Betbese now with Jack-6 offsuit.
$4.4 for Bello, 4.175 with Betbese.
Thank you.
Your tournament's not over when you're short like that, Tony. We've
No,
seen
we've
people come
seen.
back. We've seen people come back over and over again. It's happened just today. But 169,000. Excuse me, 220,000 versus 800,000.
I think that's a good fold with the ace-7 from Bello there in the cutoff. He should be very snug right now. Betbese with cuspy hand on the button, holding 14 blinds. You don't want to have too many raises here that are going to fold to a 3-bet. This is right on the border. I think he would definitely raise queen 10, and queen 9 is the decision hand.
He did fold. Ace 3 for Pena. Again, as you said, he should be opening the widest.
Yes. Yeah, at 27 blinds effective, I was going to say, yeah, shove seems pretty good. Blebea really cannot call very many hands. And this is like the decision hand. From what we've seen from Julian, I think he'll fold, but this is really close. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me if you wouldn't like check that hand in a solver and ace 9 or ace 8's the one you call, but I think a very reasonable fold to make as our players go to break. Still 5-handed. We'll have more coming up from the Venetian.
Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
This is Tommy LaRosa, Director of Poker Operations, coming to you live from the Venetian Poker Room inside our Venetian Poker Studio. Cash game players, we've got the promotion for you this month. The card of the month is 7s. Flop quads with pocket pair of 7s in your hand and you'll take home $500. Turner River quads and you'll take home $250. But that's not all. Make a straight flush using both hole cards in your hand, one of which is also a 7, and if you flop it, you'll take home $500. Or if you turn a river a straight flush, you'll take home $250. Be sure to join us for our card of the month in July. But that's not all, cash game players. We also have the Bad Beat Barrel promotion in July. If you have aces full of kings beaten by a better hand, you'll get to go to our drawing drum and grab an envelope with a cash prize anywhere from $250 to $5,000. That's right, take a bad beat and you'll be rewarded inside the Venetian Poker Room. Ladies, and don't forget to join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. as Jamie Kerstetter hosts a 1-3 No Limit Hold'em ladies meetup game. Those games are full of energy and a lot of fun, so ladies, don't miss out. Join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. Be sure to join us July 19th at 12 p.m. on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players from our $1,600 buy-in, No Limit Hold'em, Ultimate Stack, $750,000 guarantee. See who's crowned our next Deep Stack champion. And that's not all. Join us July 22nd at 12 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players of our $1,100 buy-in, No Limit Hold'em, Ultimate Stack, $300,000 guarantee. See who takes home all the money and becomes our next Deep Stack champion. If you enjoy watching high-stakes cash games from our Venetian Poker Studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100-200 No Limit Hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
This is Tommy LaRosa, Director of Poker Operations, coming to you live from the Venetian Poker Room inside our Venetian Poker Studio. Cash game players, we've got the promotion for you this month. The card of the month is 7s. Flop quads with pocket pair of 7s in your hand and you'll take home $500. Turn a river quads and you'll take home $250. But that's not all. Make a straight flush using both hole cards in your hand, one of which is also a 7, and if you flop it, you'll take home $500. Or if you turn a river a straight flush, you'll take home $250. Be sure to join us for our card of the month in July. But that's not all, cash game players. We also have the Bad Beat Barrel promotion in July. If you have aces full of kings beaten by a better hand, you'll get to go to our drawing drum and grab an envelope with a cash prize anywhere from $250 to $5,000. That's right, take a bad beat and you'll be rewarded inside the Venetian Poker Room. Ladies, and don't forget to join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. as Jamie Kerstetter hosts a 1-3 No Limit Hold'em ladies meetup game. Those games are full of energy and a lot of fun, so ladies, don't miss out. Join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. Be sure to join us July 19th at 12 p.m. on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players from our $1,600 buy-in, no limit hold'em, ultimate stack, $750,000 guarantee. See who's crowned our next deep stack champion. And that's not all. Join us July 22nd at 12 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players of our $1,100 buy-in, no limit hold'em, ultimate stack, $300,000 guarantee. See who takes home all the money and becomes our next deep stack champion. If you enjoy watching high stakes cash games from our Venetian Poker Studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100, 200 no limit hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
This is Tommy LaRosa, Director of Poker Operations, coming to you live from the Venetian Poker Room inside our Venetian Poker Studio. Cash game players, we've got the promotion for you this month. The card of the month is 7s. Flop quads with pocket pair of 7s in your hand and you'll take home $500. Turn a river quads and you'll take home $250. But that's not all. Make a straight flush using both hole cards in your hand, one of which is also a 7, and if you flop it, you'll take home $500. Or if you turn a river a straight flush, you'll take home $250. Be sure to join us for our card of the month in July. But that's not all, cash game players. We also have the Bad Beat Barrel promotion in July. If you have aces full of kings beaten by a better hand, you'll get to go to our drawing drum and grab an envelope with a cash prize anywhere from $250 to $5,000. That's right, take a bad beat and you'll be rewarded inside the Venetian Poker Room. Ladies, and don't forget to join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. as Jamie Kerstetter hosts a 1-3 no limit hold'em ladies meetup game. Those games are full of energy and a lot of fun. So ladies, don't miss out. Join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. Be sure to join us July 19th at 12 p.m. on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players from our $1,600 buy-in, no limit hold'em, ultimate stack, $750,000 guarantee. See who's crowned our next deep stack champion. And that's not all. Join us July 22nd at 12 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players of our $1,100 buy-in, no limit hold'em, ultimate stack, $300,000 guarantee. See who takes home all the money and becomes our next deep stack champion. If you enjoy watching high stakes cash games from our Venetian Poker Studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100, 200 no-limit hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
Huh?
4.1. I have 4.450.
We are back at our still 5-handed WPT final table. Elvyn Bello, a pair of jacks to open our action. Blinds are up to 200K, 400K, with the 400K big blind ante, so with his 11 big blinds, Bello will just move in here. Betbese with ace-9 has to go out. Oh, but with ace-king, Iulian.
Can you count, please? Yes.
I'll likely be all in as well here.
Yes, 50.
Well, you know, an ace and a king have been folded.
All in? All in.
There is the all-in.
Yes.
So Bello
Okay.
and his jacks in
Classic.
better shape
Classic.
than usual, with some of Iulian's outs already folded. Bello a solid favorite as we go to the flop. And it is ace-4 deuce once again. Ace-king has caught up against jacks at this final table. It is the 3rd time that ace-king has won this confrontation. The 10 of clubs on the turn. No help to Bello despite holding a club. Iulian's is higher, so only a jack will save him on the river. It is a 7 of clubs, and with that, Julian will make
Buen
a
juego,
flush
amigo.
to the ace with the king of clubs to eliminate Elvyn Bello in 5th place. He's going to take home $220,000
What do you have in first date?
for his efforts at this final table. A really nice run. I believe a career high score.
I had
no
king,
good on the
king
table.
4.
And he's asking him about the hand where he folded earlier. Where
I lost.
Julian had the king 4 for a full house.
No.
No, excuse me. That was actually Blebea who had the king 4. So he must have been asking about a different hand. Excuse me. All the same, our players now guaranteed $295,000. First taking home a little over 800 once you factor in the $10,400 seat to the WPT World Champs in December here in Las Vegas.
Here. Here. How much do you play, Nico?
3.775, I think. Yeah.
3.7, right?
3.775 for now.
$1 million.
Blebea here, right back to work with the ace 9. Bosch in the small blind with queen 10. Staying snug. Gets out of there. Betbese with the short stack. And a junky hand.
Close.
He'll have to fold that one. Well, for our online poker players out there, online poker is back in the U.S. You can play safe and legal poker in 46 states. No limit hold'em ring games, tournaments, and daily free rolls. The action never stops, and the game runs 24/7 on Club WPT Gold.
You got the losing hand.
I played quite a few tournaments on there
Maybe.
this summer. I really like the games.
I don't
The
know if
action's
I feel I might
fantastic,
win.
Matt.
I heard the level of play isn't maybe
Isn't that
top-notch.
great? So, you know, if you're looking for some soft
After
games,
five.
they can be found on Club WPT
Five,
Gold.
maybe.
And one thing I really appreciate about Club WPT Gold is that they are very open to player feedback. They want to improve the product. You know, over the course of the summer, occasionally players said, hey, I was playing on the site, something went wrong. Can you let them know that XYZ goes on? I said, yeah, absolutely. And they're really open to the feedback. They communicate well with the players. I can tell you from playing on other online sites, you cannot always expect that.
That is absolutely true.
Bosch here opening ace-king suited on the button.
The blacks are 100 and 500.
Francis Cruz in the big line will fold Jack-deuce.
I missed the Bayo bust-out hand, Tony.
He had jacks up against ace-king, and yet again, the jacks lost.
Oh my goodness.
0 for 3 at this final table, jacks up against ace-king. And both times, recently,
You wanna be
there was
friends
outs
with
folded.
that
2
video
of the
you're
outs
making?
were folded for the
You
ace-king,
wanna be
like
friends
last time,
friends
but still
with that video
finds a
that
way to
you're
get there.
making, recording all the tournament and everything.
Man, Bosch does not sound
I would
good. He might have to go
support
back to
you
the
to channel,
hospital.
let me
Yeah.
know.
He was, it wasn't
not my
good
channel.
earlier in the
We
week,
have a
too.
friend who has some.
Kind of felt bad for him
that
and the people
promotes
playing with him.
tournaments
I was gonna
and
say,
playing.
like,
Now they have in Italy something, I guess. And then we help him.
I
with
don't
that
know
to
what
promote
you
stuff.
do
And
about
very
that,
much.
right? Like, you can't
My
tell someone you're not allowed to play, but
with
sometimes when
that
a person's
material, it's
sick,
good.
you worry.
He said it wasn't viral. He said
Okay.
it was something internal.
Something internal, stomach-wise?
Yeah, not like
Okay.
like his lungs or something.
Ah.
But it wasn't viral, he said.
Okay.
So
Bosch will raise once more here, now with the king 10.
I love the flags up now. This is nice.
How much do you play?
Bosch from Austria.
14?
Many Europeans many European pros move to Austria,
Yes.
move to Vienna. There are tax implications of moving there. I've spent a lot of time in Vienna. It's a beautiful city.
I have as well. Very. It's I don't know how to say it. It's the buildings are just so massive and
They're majestic.
beautiful. Majestic. That's the
Yes.
word. Queen Jack, deuce on the flop, King 10, open-ended for Besh.
Yeah. Nice start for him here. Nothing for Julian to fall in love with. Back in the party poker days, I used to spend a lot of time playing events in Vienna, working events,
He's so funny. I should have given it to him.
spending
No, I
time
can't.
in the city.
Okay.
Bosch showing off his Bitcoin shirt, Honey Badger Bitcoin shirt. Betbese about to be all in for his remaining 8 blinds.
$2.6.
2.6.
All in?
No.
Oh,
2.6.
50. 2.6.
And what's
Francis
the reason
here.
for doing that versus shoving, Tony?
Depends on the situation. Here at the final table, I imagine it's because maybe if there's like a couple of all-ins behind him, he plans to fold and try and ladder, I guess, is the motivation. In many other situations, Francis is going to make the call here with the ace-9. In many other situations, people are trying to make some kind of pay ladder. There was the famous case of Ike Haxton doing it in the main event this year. It was very contentious. I'll talk about that after we announce the hand because I kind of want your opinion on it.
Okay.
And I want to defend Ike a little bit. But for the moment, we have a almost all-in pot brewing as we go to the flop between ace-queen and ace-9. And no help for the ace-9.
Betbese in good stead here. He thinks
All in?
he does move all in a quick call, and it is ace queen versus ace 9. Betbese looking for the double. The hand played itself here. Betbese in for 3.2 million.
King on the turn.
Chop is good. Chop is very
Potentially
good.
chop pot now. A 7 on the river. Didn't happen. Betbese doubles up.
Double up for our short stack there.
He had
So
enough,
the
let
Ike
him
Haxton situation during the main event, Ike
I need to call that one.
made the all-in but one chip play. His opponent then
No,
put
I
him
mean,
all
it
in,
is
and then he said to his opponents, "Look,
I
I'm going to stall
think
for a
I
while.
also have
You're
some
all free to call the
mistakes.
clock on me
How to-
whenever you feel it is
how to do
appropriate,
it.
but I'm trying to make the pay jump."
love
And
shoving
so
club range.
he announced that, and then he went into the tank, and he ended up tanking for 6 minutes, I believe, and called it off, lost, busted, and there was a furor online
Yes.
over this.
I'm going to quantify this by saying you are good friends with Ike,
I'm friendly with Ike, yeah.
and I really respect Ike, and
Yeah.
he's never been anything but nice to me, and always made good, positive suggestions for the industry and things like that.
Yeah.
But I do understand the reason for doing it, and he surely understands the reason for doing it.
Yes.
And a pay jump at that spot is part of the game, but
Yeah.
it's also maybe benefits the other players at the table by not calling the clock on the player.
Right.
And so for that reason, I'm all for having action clocks in play, and I think that would solve a lot of these situations. If he had to burn through time extensions that he had, I would think he'd be completely okay to do that. There are other properties that we work with that say that they are not, that those time extensions are not to be used in that manner. And so these are all different situations that are going to come to a head at
That
some
just
point.
opens the door to other forms of exploitation where you say, I put in half my stack.
Correct.
And then there's an all-in, and now I go into the tank, and it's functionally the same thing, but where do you draw the line from people being able to use their time extension?
So there are different situations here. There are many floor people, many tournament directors that want to eliminate the idea of leaving one chip behind at any point.
Okay.
That if you do that, you're automatically all in. I am not on board with that because I think there is some strategy to it. But at the same time, there's other things that happen when they do that. Like players will not intentionally hide their chip, but the other players may not be able to see that one chip
Right.
behind. Then they expose their cards. Then we have a situation like that. It happened just here yesterday, where the player said, I wasn't all in, and therefore he turned his cards over at a turn, so he should get a penalty. And there's all kinds of different things that happen because of that one chip. So I understand the tournament directors and other players that want that to be a forced all in, but you know, it's got to be discussed. And we talked about this at the TDA Summit last year, and we'll be talking about it again this next year, and I'll be talking about it in Asia again tomorrow, because it is becoming more and more commonplace for multiple reasons. Daniel Negreanu talks about it, you know, being a angle, but an exploitable angle, the one that you would want to use as an angle if you were in that situation. There's a lot of different reasons to not do this, but there are, again, plenty of strategic reasons to do it as well.
So what do you feel the best solution is? Is it to flatten out payouts?
I've heard
No?
I'm not in favor of that. I am in favor of using clocks. I think that cures one part of this situation. There are many that feel like if you are throwing in everything but one chip, you do need to announce that I still have a chip behind for that other angle of people saying, I didn't see that he had one chip.
Right.
All right, Cruz Pena here with kings. We'll get back to that in a second.
Don't think Julian will take a flop here with queen 3. Yeah, I'll let that one go. So please continue.
So, you know, it's a difficult situation. You know, I understand it. I understand the strategic part of it. But I also understand the other side of it, which can be misconstrued as an angle, and people taking advantage of the clock in that situation, and other players at the table not wanting to call clock on the player also makes sense. So, yeah, we're stuck. It's a problem. I mean, obviously there is some strategy as well because of big blind ante. By leaving that one chip behind, if you can get away from it, if they don't put you all in and you have that one chip, you can, you know, multiply your one chip. So there's another scenario of strategic reasoning for doing that. So I don't know. I'd like to kind of know what you think about it.
I would like there to be changes made so it is less viable of a play and we see less time wasting in tournament poker. I don't know what the best solution is. I tend to defer to guys in your position. I just really hate the Ike Haxton hate online. Like, I'm really frustrated by it because to me, look, it's not just about, like, I've got a good personal relationship with Ike, this and that. Ike is one of the only players in poker history to stand up to his employer when they did something player unfriendly and tried to screw over the wider player pool and sacrifice something meaningful, probably a six-figure easy salary on as a sponsorship with Poker Stars to push back on this really nefarious change in their rules that they made that screwed over their Supernova Elite players. And thanks for that, Ike gets absolutely roasted anytime his name comes on Twitter or social media because he still wears the mask, and he's voiced that he has concerns over potentially getting long COVID if he should ever fall ill. And to be honest with you, like, I know that we're basically wading into a political controversy about mask wearing, but I just don't care. Like, if somebody wants to wear a mask, it doesn't affect me. I don't want to wear the damn mask anymore. But if somebody else does, it doesn't affect me. And if somebody wearing a mask triggers you so hard that you need to go online and rant and rave about what a piece of crap they are, when really they're the only person that ever actually stood up for players to their employer publicly in poker history that I can think of, except maybe Vicky Corin, I think it's super out of line. I think it's super lame. I think if you're the kind of person who goes online to try and trash Ike because of that, you have a lethal case of politics brain. You should get your head checked. Like, you're an idiot.
And I am, you know, like I said, I'm fine with the masks as long as the person's not wearing sunglasses and a hoodie. You know?
Sure, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, they should not be able to completely conceal your face.
Right. And a lot of that, honestly, is jealousy. The
Yes,
fact
I
that
agree.
he's such
That's
a
exactly
successful
right.
player
Yeah.
that people hate it. You're not hearing them complaining about all these other players wearing masks. But
There's a
Ike
guy in
Haxton,
the World Series final
biggest-
table that was wearing a mask. I didn't hear a peep about it, and I didn't care. I think that's fine. He's within his rights to wear the mask.
especially in situations like this where a player is actually sick.
Yeah.
That he should be wearing.
That's right,
some
yeah.
kind of- to protect other people.
I mean, who plays a full summer of poker in Las Vegas without getting sick? It's like part of the tradition, you know? And so if someone is averse to that, wants to wear the mask, I get it. I personally wouldn't do it. I can't stand wearing those things. But it's like no sweat off my back if somebody wants to wear it. And yeah, if you're getting bent out of shape because somebody's wearing a mask, you need to get your head checked.
Well, we feel the same way. All right, back to the poker. Oh, the ace gets exposed. When that happens, the player gets the card replaced. That card now becomes the burn card.
Which card? Ace?
Besh with queen 3. We don't know whether it had ace queen or ace 3. So, and it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It
Could have
doesn't
been
matter.
anything.
Exactly. Cruz here with 10-4 of hearts.
Another situation where Cruz holding the chip lead and Julian being a middling stack. I think that Cruz should play very aggressive from the small blind. I like that raise to 1.4 with the 10-4 suited. Julian with king-queen. Great hand to see a flop in position. Francis must feel like Julian is just defending every single time. We know he's got, Jack 10, Queen Jack, King Queen, really playable hands. But he must be thinking this dude just does not want to give up his big blind. Oh, whoa! I didn't expect that one. They were like 30 blinds deep. I don't like that one, Matt.
No?
It worked out just fine, and he's right that Francis is going to be raising really wide there, but
1.2
I think
because of that mistake.
he should make that kind of play
Because
maybe
you
with
opened.
like
I fold my hand.
low
Who knows
aces.
his hand?
Maybe some middling offsuit aces like
Oh,
the ace
maybe
tens of the
ace
world,
ten.
maybe some low suited aces. But king queen offsuit to me feels like a really good hand to see a flop in
That's why
position
he
and a little bit too deep to be jamming that. I don't think it's like a some suicide punty play or anything like that. They're just a bit too deep for it.
So they saved me.
Right.
It saved me.
Betbese with ace queen now. 8.2 million. It's come back from just over 3 million. Ooh, Pena now with ace jack.
At this stack depth, I actually think calling may be the best play. Yeah, Francis will go that route. A little shorter, we could talk about 3-bet calling, a little deeper, do some 3-bet folding. Really, I just think ace-jack is the right hand to mostly call, though, at a lot of stack depths. And Bosch will call with the 9-4 of hearts in the big blind. He's opened up his game a bit. And on 6-5-4, 2 diamonds, Bosch takes the lead with bottom pair, but may not find this a very easy to navigate spot.
Cruz the only player with a diamond in his hand, and Betbese checks. Cruz does bet. 900,000 now. Besh folds.
He does have a diamond in his hand. And as the caller, this board should connect with him much better than Betbese as the opener. Oof.
Take that one down. Yeah, it sounds bad, doesn't it?
It just, when I'm a guy on the table and I watch somebody cough into their hand and then touch the chips and cards, ugh. You want to know why I don't play much live poker anymore? Ugh, stuff like that.
I didn't like Ike Stelling for 6 minutes, though.
I didn't either.
I didn't like that.
I didn't either.
Let's, yeah. Subject
I
change,
wish
but I
that
did
weren't
not
part
like
of the
that.
game.
Right.
I understand why people do it. People have this weird mentality that because Ike has been successful and is a wealthy person, that he should just, be totally cool with leaving $15,000 or whatever it is
Right.
on the ground, not trying to pick it up.
Yeah.
Like he should be above that. but it is bad for the game to just have, you know, all this pay jump stalling, all this, like, for lack of a better word, nittery.
Yeah. And the WPT, we've gone to actual bigger pay jumps, but less of them. And
Okay.
the reason for that is the issues that we get into as tournament directors and staffs is that when there are multiple pay jumps, then people have multiple opportunities to stall, and that, you know, we pay more of the people the same amount, you know, seems to speed the game up.
Okay.
Yeah. But I understand there's always going to be those pay jump levels, and there's always going to be that
25,
position.
25 or
But
26.
again, as long as you have a clock in play, you know, there's only a certain amount of time
Yeah.
you can stall.
Yeah, the clock really mitigates
Right, and
it.
if you have time, if you're using your time extension tool, which we've seen people do, now let's say you do double up later in the tournament,
Right, you
you're
don't
going to be
have those.
affected. You're going to
Yeah.
you're going to have an issue. So we've seen that happen. Just like right now, Pena is completely out of his time extension chip, so I don't know if it's affected him negatively. He's in the chip lead, so maybe he's used them the correct way. Blebea with ace-4. Betbese 8-5 of diamonds. Does lay it down. And
These
Cruz
two are
now.
About
Ace-jack.
30, 35 blinds effective. I think the ace-jack will perform best as a call. Francis agrees. So in a dominating position, gets to the flop, and on 7-3 deuce, Julian will pick up some outs to a wheel with the 5, and he has the backdoor club draw. Very low uncoordinated flop, pretty decent one for him to just bet and try and take it down. I think Francis would put up some resistance.
Bet is 550.
There's our call. 6 of clubs. Music to Julian's ears. Giving him the club flush draw. It's not a great card for him to barrel, though. It should be a really good card for the range of hands that calls in Francis's position. Stuff like 4-5, 7-6, 6-5. Last thing you want is to bet and face a check raise at this stack depth, too. I really think he should check behind most of the time.
And he does.
He does. Deuce of clubs on the river will provide an ace-high flush to Julian on the river. Don't believe he will get paid here. That said, once Francis checks and Julian bets, Francis beats all the bluffs. And it's hard to have that much value on the river. Like, would you check behind pocket 8s or better? I don't think so. So, once Julian bets, Francis will have a decision. I think Julian should bet on the larger side again, just in case Francis has a 7 or a 6. Or somehow has a deuce. I feel like he would usually bet the river himself with the deuce. I don't know. Large but not huge strikes me as the right size. So there's 3.3 out there. What does Francis want to bet?
$2.2.
2.2. I like that. 2/3 pot. If you're going to bluff here, that seems like a reasonable size to make it. And Francis will have a bit of a decision here, but doesn't take long. Lets that one go.
Questions about the payouts? We have first place is $800,000, which includes that $10,400 seat to the WPT World Championship. Second place $530,000. Third place $395,000. Fourth place $295,000. And Elvyn Bello took home $220,000. Dash now a 6 deuce of diamonds. How old do you think Nico is?
Right around 30.
Yeah. Okay. You ever played with him at all?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Or if I have, it was very briefly.
One four.
Francis with the queens.
1-4.
That's 1.4 million. Ooh, and tens here for Blebea.
You know, one strange thing about ICM is a lot of pairs actually just call in position at this stack depth under ICM pressure. They feel like hands that you should just 3-bet and get it in with, and maybe with Francis opening so wide in the small blind, that's what Julian will choose to do. But a lot of pairs in these positions at this stack depth just call in the big blind facing the raise.
45. 4.5 million.
And this may spell the
4.5.
end
Wow.
of Julian Blebea, because when Francis jams, I just can't think that he intends to fold the tens blind versus blind after this pattern has played out so many times.
Can you put the clock, please?
Yes.
Ah, yeah.
Okay. 45. Ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, especially being first and second in chips, I just don't like the idea of 3-bet calling off tens here. You're either going to be 2-outing or flipping, and that's not what you want. Second in chips up against the chip leader. I totally understand how Julian has found himself here and facing raise after raise, thinks that he should 3-bet this.
7-2.
Oh, it's the small 4-bet from Francis.
7.29.
I don't know about that.
700.
You're only 40 blinds deep. Hard to sell the idea that you're going to 4-bet fold. Now, almost presents an opportunity for Julian to
10
fold.
seconds.
Very, very strange spot.
Time.
What will our second in chips player do with his tens? Facing the clicking 4-bet.
All in.
10 seconds.
He's all
All
in.
in.
Quick call. And a catastrophe for Julian Blebea has played out blind versus blind. Nobody happier than Betbese right now.
Wow. This could spell the end of Blebea, and it is a king, jack, 7 on the flop. Fourth place money is 295,000, an ace on the turn.
Well, these two will trade outs now.
Yes.
Queen and only a queen will save Julian. Let's go to the river. It is a 3, and so we will lose Julian Blebea in fourth place. He'll take home $295,000 for his efforts. Great run at this final table, really well played. Unfortunately, the tens run into queens. And now, our one-time chip leader is an overwhelming chip leader.
You lost your small depth.
Francis just won another 40 big blinds in that pot. Just a commanding lead, three-handed. He's chasing down that 800K up top.
$395,000 for the next player eliminated. 530 for second. Again, 790,000 plus that $10,400 seat.
It's crazy because I
To the
love
World
pan-
Championship
I love
here in Las
pancakes.
Vegas.
My girlfriend always do me pancakes, but These days, no pancakes. I'm running good with the eggs. Tomorrow pancakes.
He's running good with eggs and pancakes tomorrow, he said. No pancakes for him. Solamente huevos.
Raised 800.
So you think he could have got away from that on the...
I think he should have just called the open.
Okay.
Just
3
for
days ago
chips,
in
if it's
hospital,
earlier in a tournament,
they
I would do
hydrated,
exactly
I
what he
woke
did. I would
up,
3-bet and then
I
just
was
get the
good,
money
and
in,
next
however it
morning I
went
cannot
down.
move the hands and
But
cannot
when you're
move the legs.
four-handed at a final table,
And then
you're
I go
second
to
in
the
chips,
emergency and
40
they say
blinds
maybe a
effective, and the
stroke.
chip leader
I said, what
raises
the
from the
fuck am I
small.
age? And then they make all tests and everything.
I think you
because
want to play a
stroke is only on
really
one side that you
polarized
can't
3-betting
move.
strategy.
And then they see is dehydration and potassium and also magnesium, too less, and they put me infusions and shit. And I signed to leave the hospital after 14 hours to play that.
Wow. And now you're here.
It's unreal.
Now you're here. Very
But
nice.
David Copperfield told, do the impossible.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. In the spring, I was playing some pickleball with some friends, and we were talking about the upcoming summer of poker in Las Vegas. And they said, I don't think the Euros are coming out this year, you know, with all the immigration stuff, this and that. I said, I don't buy that for a second. I think poker players will crawl through broken glass to get another tournament buy-in. I mean, Sean Deeb skipped the birth of his first child to get more online poker volume in, and that's just so prevalent of a mindset amongst the tournament community. And Bosch, you know, telling the story about how he was in the hospital for 14 hours and on various vitamin drips and whatnot. And he's like, I gotta get out there and play the tournament. Like, I have very mixed feelings on that mentality, man. I respect the grind. I respect the desire to play the great game of tournament poker, but part of me's like, hey, you know, you're allowed to miss some tournaments sometimes. Like, life goes on.
Not the WPT Venetian.
Not
Can't
the
miss it.
WPT Venetian,
You can't
but
miss
I
it.
don't know if you were in the hospital.
And right now, Francis Cruz in good position here, looking for that trophy. Make sure you, when you do that, if you do that interview with him, where is he going to put the trophy?
Not in his too giant of a house for the trophy,
No,
right?
it's the opposite. He's going to have to put it in his mother's house because he's only got an Airbnb.
But Betbese here with a hand I think he could move in with, facing the open from Bosch, who has been raising more wide now from the button. It's the clear short stack. I think most of his aces can jam here on 13 bigs in the small. And that ace-5 is rather clearly good enough, but he feels differently. Opts to fold. Francis with 10-8 suited.
Makes the call.
I like the call. I think if they were a little shorter, shoving 10-8 suited would play really well. I mean, Bosch has to just fold everything.
Right. Ooh, and 2 hearts on the flop.
Interesting flop.
Also a 4.
Yeah, 4 and some
Check.
backdoor
Check.
clubs for Bosch. Backdoor straight draw as well.
Ace on the turn.
Hmm.
The quick check on the flop.
Now if I'm Bosch, I might even turn my hand into a bluff. There's merits to still just checking and working towards showdown, keeping the pot small while there's a lot of distance between yourself and Betbese. And he does go that route.
And a queen on the river.
Yeah, Francis got to realize the equity on his draw for free. And he may be tempted to bluff now. I mean, Bosch has checked twice. It is a run out that should favor the raiser, and yet he hasn't seemed very interested in this pot.
10 seconds.
I'd be tempted to bluff in Francis's shoes. He opts not
Check,
to.
check. Besh is going to win this pot with those 4s.
Sure, Francis is
Nice flop for me.
kicking himself a little bit, like, yeah, I could have got that one.
Yeah, I think we both participated in that video of what was it, most degenerative thing or degenerate thing we saw in a poker? tournament? Were you in that video?
I was in that video. My answer was a fight. Well, not even a fight. It was I'm not going to say assassination attempt, but it was a assault. I was in Star Casino in Sydney many years ago, 15, 16 years ago. And there was an older heavy-set player on the table behind me and a bikie. You know what a bikie is?
I don't.
A bikie is the Australian term for a biker gang guy. Like, you know how the crowd that wears like leather and rides Harleys look here in the States?
Yeah, they're Hells Angels.
Hells Angels, that kind of thing. In Australia, they call those guys bikies. And in Australia, being a bikie is not just like you're a guy who's into motorcycles. You're like an actual gang organized crime member. A lot of organized crime in Australia is bikies. And this big burly bikie came in and he grabbed the back of the head of the other dude on the table behind me and started smashing his fist into his face, saying, "Rat! Rat!" and just punching him in the face. You just hear this thwacking noise of the guy's face. And I guess this person who was being assaulted was going to testify or had testified in some case against the bikie, but he is just smashing his face, and it was really close to me. Like, there was a table over, and I stood up and I'm watching this all happen, and I was like, I should move. And I took a few steps over, and within seconds the guy who was getting punched was like trying to get up from the table to get away from the assault. The other guy's weight was pushed on him, and they came crashing into right where I was sitting. And then the security swarms and grabs this guy. The other dude's bleeding from all over his face, and they're taking this guy away. And would you believe the dude went back and kept playing the tournament? This is my point, Matt. Poker players have no boundaries. They gotta keep playing. I gotta be in the tournament. I can't stop playing poker. I dragged myself out of the hospital and survived an assault from the bikie and skipped my first child's birth because I gotta be here to play more poker,
I did see the movie Chopper. It's kind of the same thing.
Same kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That sounds like a pretty crazy story.
That was pretty crazy.
Mine was also crazy.
What was yours?
It was bad. I even hate telling it. The guy just had a baby in there playing cash every day, and his wife gets fed up with it. She brings the baby into the poker room and drops the baby in the middle of the poker table and said, "You take care of the baby today." Whew. And walked out of the room.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was bad.
Oh.
That was the worst thing I've ever seen at a poker table.
I think yours is worse. I might have seen a bunch of blood, but that is depraved.
It's depraved.
Olin.
Betbese here with King 4 offsuit. Down to 11 blinds. Nice hand selection. Jamming in here, I think most of the offsuit kings should just open shove in Betbese's shoes.
The guy actually got barred from the casino. She did as well, but he got barred from the casino, which is a good way to go.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about stopping problem gambling, if the guy is neglecting his family to that degree, you've probably got a problem gambler on your hand.
The Betbese now 5 million.
I need to go watch that video, see some of the other answers. On that note, how many fights do you think you've seen in poker rooms over the years?
Not very many. I've went almost 18 years or 15 years without ever kicking somebody out of a poker tournament, which is incredible.
Yeah.
So I've always to avoid that, but when they get in a fight, they have to get out. So
right.
It happened at the Commerce.
At the Commerce. Yeah, I could see that happening at the Commerce.
1.4 million.
The two that I can remember the most both happened in Australia, which is not terribly surprising. Australia has fairly lax laws about assault.
Oh, really?
Yes. Compared to the United States, which is a very litigious country, I'm not somebody who gets in fights. In America, if I ever got in a fight, my number one concern is not I might get my ass kicked, Matt. It's that I might beat this guy and he ruins my life with lawyers and the legal system. I'm serious. That's what America is. In Australia, it's much more likely that if you get in a fist fight and really rough somebody up, but don't hospitalize them, that you'll more or less get away with it unscathed from a legal standpoint, or you might get a small fine. I remember reading this article back in the day about how these two guys had some personality conflict, and one of them like went to the other's house specifically with the purpose to assault him and like beat him up at his house. You did that in America, like you're going to jail.
Yeah.
This guy got a $400 fine. You know?
Besh now with 4s. Cruz Pena did raise with the 10-7, 2 overcards. So now 3 players left. Small pairs.
You can go. Thank you.
Still not great. But in the small blind, you could consider taking some flops. I don't mind the fold one bit, though. I mean, really the priority here for Bosch is to outlast Betbese, or Betbese doubles and then you open your game up a little bit. But for the moment, you should really avoid bleeding any chips to Francis. So I'm very cool with the 4s fold. Yeah, I've been in poker rooms over 20 years now, and I don't remember that many fights.
Yeah.
There's the 2 that really leap out at me.
Been a few.
And I feel like there's 1 or 2 more, but they probably got broken up quick because I don't even have that much memory.
In the 90s, they would just allow them to go back and sit down and start playing again. It was not a big deal. But then it seemed around like the mid-2000s, it was instantly you were out of the casino. Sometimes lifetime. Depends on the situation. The best customers got a little more air. Let's just say that.
Yeah, of course, they always do. Betbese with borderline hand, but he is going to shove in the small blind with 10-9.
5-5-0.
Francis cannot call the Doyle Brunson.
We're stuck in a loop.
Yep.
So what did somebody do to get ejected?
Oh, just the fight. The
It was a
fight
fight,
was,
okay.
yeah. And then we did have the one guy that tried to pick up a player's cards in a stud game. Stud 8 or better, actually. So most of our listeners will not understand, but he tried to say that he had a full house and a low because he picked up somebody's player's card from to the right of him. Which in stud 8 or better, you cannot have a full house and a low. Can't have both.
Can't have both.
But he tried to collect the
He
pot.
tried to
and then
compile
started
somebody
yelling,
else's
started
cards.
yelling at the floor and he said, "No, that's my card." And then ended up saying, "You know what? You just need to leave." But Betbese now, ace king of spades.
I think Betbese should min raise here. With 13 blinds, he will want to have some raise folds. And so he should induce with his strongest hands, ace king suited included. So, you know, obviously nothing wrong with shoving, but I can't say I like the play.
Okay.
5-3-50.
Bash with 4s again.
Ooh, this is close. Really, really close. It does make the
Oh.
call.
Ace king versus a pair. We've seen this before.
Big one.
I will say the counter argument for shoving is that Bosch has not been very aggressive pre-flop, so maybe if you open, Bosch would just call instead of shoving like he's supposed to with 4s. And so you do best by jamming, but I don't know. I still want to have some induce hands, and ace-king suited is such a big hand.
You see the percentages there, 51% for Besh. As we go to the flop. And there is a king, a queen, and a 10. All diamonds. That Betbese has flopped top pair. Turn is an 8. And only 2 outs for Besh. Or else Betbese is going to double up here. It's a 6, and the Argentinian has done it. And you can hear his fans
5-3-50.
out there in the audience.
5-3-50.
Vamos, they're saying. Vamos.
5?
Ya sabía
Buenos
que era
Aires,
imposible.
Argentina.
Déjalo, Jolín.
Place I've always wanted to go.
Así es la cosa. che.
My Sexton Champions Cup could be going to Argentina.
It's good. Nice
I
hand.
went there once
you.
before we did WPT Uruguay,
Okay.
back around in 2018, 19-ish. And quite a nice city, Buenos Aires, yeah.
I did Iguazu in Argentina. We actually had an event there.
Was it WPT?
Yes.
Interesting.
Waterfalls. Amazing. think it was one of the 7
largest in the
natural
world,
wonderfuls.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
have like 40?
I don't know. You play 57 if you have 10. I have 6.
Now the
probably.
Besh back to being the short stack.
7, I have 11, 40.
$800, raise.
Cruz raises with ace-8. Besh folds the king-5, and now Betbese with the 7-6. Raise to 800,000 will get the job done.
I do think that hand should
Cruz.
take a flop. Offsuit connectors. Usually worth a call. I understand Betbese right now, with some distance between himself and Besh, wants to avoid any loss of chips to Francis, but I think 7-6 just good enough there to take a flop.
They're asking why we're not pronouncing Besh correctly. You're saying Bosch. I'm saying Besh. I think he told us Besh.
I think he did, and so I've started changing it.
So tell us, Marin, is it Besh or Bosch? I think it's Besh.
I think he said Besh, even though if you look at his name, you would always defer to Bosch.
Right. Betbese with 9-4. Just going to get rid of this one. Cruz gets a walk. Now over 40 million in chips. 58 million in play. Players started with 50,000 in chips. Every player started with 2 of those orange chips. This is a beautiful studio they have here at the Venetian. If you have a chance while you're in Vegas, please come out to the Venetian Poker Room in here in Las Vegas. They do a fantastic job. Great dealers, great staff, and they care about poker players. They got a lot of great promotions here. So, WPT happy to be back here once again. Next stop for us is Cyprus.
Can't wait.
Bring your swimsuit. They have free food for the players 24 hours a day. It's crazy.
That's awesome.
It's crazy.
Especially Europe can be less nocturnal, I would say, as far as
Yeah.
keeping businesses open late.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're around poker players, you know, they're going to be up at all hours. So food, and did you say free food?
Free food,
Free
24
food,
hours
24
a day.
hours
for
a
the
day?
people. Yeah.
Is it like good food at 2 a.m.?
You know, I
Well,
can always find something to eat.
Put it this
I mean,
way.
look at me.
No,
I'm not.
I don't mean
I'm
you
not
to ask
missing
you to
any.
judge
I'm
the food. Like, can you get a full meal at 2 a.m.?
Yes.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. I'm not missing many meals, and they have great bread. I know you can't eat bread.
Oh, it kills me, man.
I know you can't eat bread, but the bread there is amazing.
I accidentally ate some gluten the other night, like a decent chunk of it. Usually I do small, if I have small doses, it's fine. But I forgot or just didn't realize that couscous had gluten in it and ate like a decent chunk of it the other night. Oh, it's such a bad night.
Oh, no. All right, raised to 800,000. But Betbese now with ace, queen of hearts.
Close one. I mean, Francis is going to be opening so wide.
All in.
Yeah. I like that.
Quick fold here.
Whew, it just feels so gross to go all in over the top of the chip leader when you have third in chips covered 2-1.
I am watching the comments on YouTube, and the mushbag says, how can Besh fold the 9-4 when he flopped a 4? I don't know if you remember that hand.
It
like
was,
3 hands ago.
because it was 6-5-4 with a flush draw, and there was still a player to act behind him, so I actually think that was a savvy fold.
Okay.
He had 9-4 of hearts and 6-5-4 2 diamonds, and I believe it went, Betbese had opened, Francis called button with ace-jack, and then Besh overcalled 9-4 of hearts, and yeah, with bottom pair, no real redraw. I know he could go runner 7-8 and have the top end of the straight, but especially with the diamonds out there, the possibility that your opponent calling in position has a straight, one of the sets, 2-pair, overpair. I don't think peeling the 9-4 suited with a live hand behind you is a good idea.
Betbese now back to 11 million. 28 bigs. And our chip leader with over 100 bigs. That's just a lot at this stage of the tournament.
Oh man, that is a mountain of chips. 100 big blinds, 3-handed. Francis must feel invincible, but gotta be careful. It can all crumble, Matt.
That's for sure.
I've been working on some segments lately for the WPT that we're going to put up on social media. It's basically called WPT Rewind. I go take older WPT hands, sort of remix them with some internet culture memes, some commentary for, you know, a newer audience. And one sequence of hands I used recently was Jeremy Brown at the Borgata heads up against Olivier Bousquet in 2009, I believe it was. Jeremy Brown at one point heads up had a 19-1 chip lead and lost.
Well, Olivier Bousquet, one of the best in his time. Can kind of understand that. I think there was another tournament this year, this summer.
Jeremy was
where
also
a guy had like
really
a 15.
drunk.
He had like a 15-1 chip lead
And
came
lost?
back.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It would just be so hard to live down to know that like you were that close to closing it out.
Yeah. James Carroll really choked in that tournament.
Yes, exactly. James Carroll really choked. Exactly.
Yeah, I look forward to that video series. When you were on the Raw deal, let's be honest. Come on. You were in the zone. That was awesome.
I think you will find these similar-ish to the Raw deal. There's much less in the way of commentary. They actually discouraged me from doing that. And at first, and we'll talk about it, Francis open jams.
Oh, my goodness. He's going to get called here. And look at this.
I think for 30 blinds, that might just be a little too much. I don't know.
And Besh is killing. Look at him. Besh can't believe it. He's looking to double up one more time. Wow.
I will give Francis credit. I think this is the type of hand that you should make a big shove with. It's pretty close.
Besh. I mean, he's still got to like it, right? He could lose his hand.
Yeah, he might just drill him.
Yeah.
He's live. Let's go to a flop. And drill him he does on the flop. 8-7-5. But Betbese still live going to the turn if he can find an ace or a king. But for the moment, Francis with the big lead here. King on the turn,
waiting. No waiting.
Betbese. Oh, Besh. He can't stand it.
Oh, goodness. And the river is clean. And Betbese, Nico, with another double up. Wow. Over 22 million in chips now.
9, 10,
wow.
10-7.
10.7.
And now he only trails Cruz by 8 million. Besh can't believe it.
I try.
He was so close to a huge pay jump. I mean, there is 135,000 between third and second.
Viva Argentina.
Besh thought he was sick before. Well, now. But yeah, you know, if you like the Raw deal, I think you'll find these segments are fun, similar, but there's no real strategy in them. There's no like commentary on how people have played or anything like that. They discouraged me from doing that. And at first, it threw me a little bit. I was like, wait.
You try.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the Phil Hellmuth Raw deals because it's funny to watch.
Yeah.
You were brutal.
Right.
Which I love, which is what that's supposed to be. I think that was a little more in line with what it was supposed to be.
Envisioned,
yeah.
I would say. I like that now there's no expectation to be critical of my peers, as there was some awkward run-ins following segments.
As there should be.
And you know, one thing I'll say for my development and evolution as a player and thinker is that in 2010, 2012, when I was writing those segments, we had much more black and white ideas about poker. It's like you got to the turn with this kind of hand, you have to bet it every time. Of course you have to bet it. Like, what would you be thinking not to bet it? And as we have studied solvers more in the last 4 to 5 years, what you find is many situations in poker call for a mixed strategy. You know, mix it between betting and checking, or mix it between calling and folding. And when you see that, it becomes much tougher to tell someone you made such a clear mistake by not betting this hand or not shoving this hand. You know, now I'm like, oh, well, it was probably pretty close to begin with. You could call some, you could fold some, not a big deal either way.
I do love that you're not afraid to point out mistakes that you think have been made, and you've seen some today at this final table. But that's the way it should be. It should be a little honest, right?
You should be honest, but fair.
These players are all better than me, so
Yeah.
I'm not going to maybe be critical. But you know, I love the fact that you can be. You have the experience and the chops, as they say, to make those decisions, to make those things. So.
And in the case of today, the mistakes have been small.
Yeah.
You know, I think this whole final table has played really well.
Yeah.
And,
Besh just can't call that 10-3, but he gives the impression that it's going soon.
And I would say some of the mistakes we've seen today are players playing a little too conservative, which is just, if you're not exactly sure about a spot at a final table, lean conservative.
Right.
Here's our upcoming events on the WPT.
WPT Cyprus, WPT Prime Taiwan, WPT Australia, WPT Prime Lodge, and you can find all this information at WPT.com. Tony and I think we're going to all of these stops except for Taiwan. One of us or both of us will be at all except for Taiwan, but I am actually going to Taiwan tomorrow for the TDA. I'm looking forward to that. And going to Singapore after that. Fortunately, Singapore can't have poker.
I did once play the only poker tournament they ever had in Singapore.
I was there.
You were there at that one?
Yes, I started that tournament.
Wow,
Yes.
huh.
Yeah.
I think, was Dave working that with you at the time?
Dave Lamb, yes.
Yeah, Dave Lamb. I
Yeah.
remember meeting Dave there. I don't think we crossed paths in a meaningful way.
Yep.
I do remember that I punted really hard to Tony G. Like, just an atrocious hand. But
He won
was-
it. He won the tournament.
Did he win
Yeah,
it?
he won the tournament, yeah.
Well, my chips went to a good cause.
Betbese with Jack 10 here now. And he's folding. Let it go. I think he doesn't want to battle with the chip leader at this stage.
Blinds are up.
Might be the prudent play.
250, 500, 500.
Bet's down to 9 big blinds.
All the orange. Give me, please.
The orange?
Yeah. 250.
Yeah, Thomas, that wouldn't be a bad idea. We
Just
could have partners
200.
with them.
No.
Oh, 200.
200,000.
Never been, the only major city in the U.S. I've never been
But
to, I think,
They won't let us.
is Boston.
It's nice.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Come on.
You're surprised?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I know a lot of people from Boston.
It's odd, considering the image I had of, like, Boston types,
Time
and then
for
I went
comeback.
there and I was like, oh, this is, like, why are they so rough around the edges?
All right,
This is so
Besh
nice.
all in for 3.75 with the ace-9, but Betbese with queen 10. This is pretty close, right, Tony?
Not in the small blind. I think Betbese has to fold with queen 10 in the small.
Okay.
In the big blind, it would be pretty close.
No call.
Yeah, I went and visited John Aguiar there a couple of times when he was with DraftKings, and that's where their main office was during the fledgling state of the company.
3-7.
Now they've got an office here in Las Vegas, so we're at the Uncommons.
Yes. He actually retired.
He did. Yep.
did
He
retire.
retired. He did very well in all of that. King 8 here for Betbese. I think there was an open to be had on the button, but it's going to save him some money because Francis, with kings in the small blind, I think he should small raise. Make it like 1.2, 1.25.
1-2.
1,200,000.
1.2. And Besh with Jack 10.
That should take a flop.
Raise.
And he's moved all in.
Well,
And
that's
quick
one
call.
way to take a flop.
And he's not going to like what he sees here.
I would prefer to see Besh make this play with pairs and aces
Put that
in his hand. Not pocket aces, but like an ace in his hand. I don't know that Jack 10 is quite the right type of hand to rejam here.
Kings losing a lot of times.
But he looks so
But
optimistic
not this time.
for a guy
Maybe
who's in
but
terrible
not
shape
this
here.
Oliver Besh all in for 4.5 million. Flops.
Ooh, rough
Three
flop.
hearts.
Not this
King
time.
of Hearts
He
is
is gonna
in the
need
hand of Pena.
Drawing
the
dead on the
miracle.
turn.
Over until it's over.
Let's go, Brandon.
And he is drawing dead on the turn, so we are going to lose Oliver Besh in third position. He was fairly short for much of this final table, so laddering up
Yeah,
for
maybe.
395,000 is a great result for the man who was in the hospital not
Lo dije
long
ayer,
before this final
aquí
table
con quién
started.
querías jugar
A
heads up? Con
up
Nico.
and down week
No, no.
for the gentleman from Austria, but all's well that ends well.
Lo
He
dije,
takes home
pero
almost
En
400K.
verdad no lo quería. Prefería.
And now the Spanish is flowing. And these guys have done it the right way. English only in the tournaments is allowed. And
Yeah.
if that's the language, and now both players speak Spanish. Honestly, I don't really have a problem with it. My speaks
Same.
Spanish too, but
Yeah.
Yeah, we come.
Not an official break, but we are going to move us to 2.
all right, we're going to take a short break here for the heads up finale. Nicolas Betbese with a good comeback here, 42 big blinds, and Francis Cruz Pena, our chip leader with 74 big blinds. We'll come back. These players playing for $800,500.
This is Tommy LaRosa, Director of Poker Operations, coming to you live from the Venetian Poker Room inside our Venetian Poker Studio. Cash game players, we've got the promotion for you this month. The card of the month is sevens. Flop quads with pocket pair of sevens in your hand and you'll take home $500. Turn a river quads and you'll take home $250. But that's not all. Make a straight flush using both hole cards in your hand, one of which is also a 7, and if you flop it, you'll take home $500, or if you turn a river a straight flush, you'll take home $250. Be sure to join us for our card of the month in July. But that's not all, cash game players. We also have the Bad Beat Barrel promotion in July. If you have aces full of kings beaten by a better hand, you'll get to go to our drawing drum and grab an envelope with a cash prize anywhere from $250 to $5,000. That's right, take a bad beat and you'll be rewarded inside the Venetian Poker Room. Ladies, and don't forget to join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. as Jamie Kerstetter hosts a 1-3 No Limit Hold'em ladies meetup game. Those games are full of energy and a lot of fun. So ladies, don't miss out. Join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. Be sure to join us July 19th at 12 p.m. on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players from our $1,600 buy-in, No Limit Hold'em, Ultimate Stack, $750,000 guarantee. See who's crowned our next Deep Stack champion. And that's not all. Join us July 22nd at 12 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players of our $1,100 buy-in, No Limit Hold'em, Ultimate Stack, $300,000 guarantee. See who takes home all the money and becomes our next Deep Stack champion. If you enjoy watching high-stakes cash games from our Venetian Poker Studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100-200 No Limit Hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
This is Tommy LaRosa, Director of Poker Operations, coming to you live from the Venetian Poker Room inside our Venetian Poker Studio. Cash game players, we've got the promotion for you this month. The card of the month is sevens. Flop quads with pocket pair of sevens in your hand and you'll take home $500. Turner River quads and you'll take home $250. But that's not all. Make a straight flush using both hole cards in your hand, one of which is also a 7, and if you flop it, you'll take home $500. Or if you turn a river a straight flush, you'll take home $250. Be sure to join us for our card of the month in July. But that's not all, cash game players. We also have the Bad Beat Barrel promotion in July. If you have aces full of kings beaten by a better hand, you'll get to go to our drawing drum and grab an envelope with a cash prize anywhere from $250 to $5,000. That's right, take a bad beat and you'll be rewarded inside the Venetian Poker Room. Ladies, and don't forget to join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. as Jamie Kerstetter hosts a 1-3 No Limit Hold'em ladies meetup game. Those games are full of energy and a lot of fun. So ladies, don't miss out. Join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. Be sure to join us July 19th at 12 p.m. on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players from our $1,600 buy-in No Limit Hold'em Ultimate Stack, $750,000 guarantee. See who's crowned our next Deep Stack champion. And that's not all. Join us July 22nd at 12 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players of our $1,100 buy-in No Limit Hold'em Ultimate Stack, $300,000 guarantee. See who takes home all the money and becomes our next Deep Stack champion. If you enjoy watching high-stakes cash games from our Venetian Poker Studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100-200 No Limit Hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
This is Tommy La Rosa, Director of Poker Operations, coming to you live from the Venetian Poker Room inside our Venetian Poker Studio. Cash game players, we've got the promotion for you this month. The card of the month is sevens. Flop quads with pocket pair of sevens in your hand and you'll take home $500. Turner River quads and you'll take home $250. But that's not all. Make a straight flush using both hole cards in your hand, one of which is also a 7, and if you flop it, you'll take home $500, or if you turn a river a straight flush, you'll take home $250. Be sure to join us for our card of the month in July. But that's not all, cash game players. We also have the Bad Beat Barrel promotion in July. If you have aces full of kings beaten by a better hand, you'll get to go to our drawing drum and grab an envelope with a cash prize for anywhere from $250 to $5,000. That's right, take a bad beat and you'll be rewarded inside the Venetian Poker Room. Ladies, and don't forget to join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. as Jamie Kerstetter hosts a 1-3 No Limit Hold'em ladies meetup game. Those games are full of energy and a lot of fun. So ladies, don't miss out. Join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. Be sure to join us July 19th at 12 p.m. on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players from our $1,600 buy-in No Limit Hold'em Ultimate Stack, $750,000 guarantee. See who's crowned our next Deep Stack champion. And that's not all. Join us July 22nd at 12 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players of our $1,100 buy-in No Limit Hold'em Ultimate Stack, $300,000 guarantee. See who takes home all the money and becomes our next Deep Stack champion. If you enjoy watching high-stakes cash games from our Venetian Poker Studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100-200 No Limit Hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
This is Tommy LaRosa, Director of Poker Operations, coming to you live from the Venetian Poker Room inside our Venetian Poker Studio. Cash game players, we've got the promotion for you this month. The card of the month is sevens. Flop quads with pocket pair of sevens in your hand and you'll take home $500. Turn a river quads and you'll take home $250. But that's not all. Make a straight flush using both hole cards in your hand, one of which is also a seven, and if you flop it, you'll take home $500, or if you turn a river a straight flush, you'll take home $250. Be sure to join us for our card of the month in July. But that's not all, cash game players. We also have the Bad Beat Barrel promotion in July. If you have aces full of kings beaten by a better hand, you'll get to go to our drawing drum and grab an envelope with a cash prize anywhere from $250 to $5,000. That's right, take a bad beat and you'll be rewarded inside the Venetian Poker Room. Ladies, and don't forget to join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. as Jamie Kerstetter hosts a 1-3 No Limit Hold'em ladies meetup game. Those games are full of energy and a lot of fun. So ladies, don't miss out. Join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. Be sure to join us July 19th at 12 p.m. on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players from our $1,600 buy-in, No Limit Hold'em, Ultimate Stack, $750,000 guarantee. See who's crowned our next Deep Stack champion. And that's not all. Join us July 22nd at 12 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players of our $1,100 buy-in, No Limit Hold'em, Ultimate Stack, $300,000 guarantee. See who takes home all the money and becomes our next Deep Stack champion. If you enjoy watching high-stakes cash games from our Venetian Poker Studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100-200 No Limit Hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors at Club WPT Gold.
There's 1,200,000. Cool. Check. Check. Check.
All right, Pena will hear 10s, but Betbese with 6-3 hearts. And we do have 6 on the flop. Deuce on the turn.
1.5 million.
Bet of 1.5 million by Francis Cruz.
Call.
Call made. One card to come. It's a 5.
Check.
Check from Betbese.
$4 million.
4 million.
4 million is the bet. 18 million to 30 million. Chip stacks here.
That's 8.
Oh. My bad.
$10.
10 seconds. You see there, Betbese makes the fold. A good fold. Cruz Pena increases his chip lead, 40 million to 17.5. There's the Venetian trophy and the Mike Sexton Champion Cup right behind it. Mike Sexton, legend of the game, one of the world's greatest ambassadors. Sadly passed away a few years ago. We still honor him on the World Poker Tour by having his name on that cup. These few players have been playing. 1,753 entries started this event. We're down to the final 2. First place in this event is $800,500, which includes that seat to the WPT World Championship here in Las Vegas in December. A lot of great events coming up on the World Poker Tour. Would love to have you come out and see some of them. Next up, Cyprus, then Taiwan, and then we're going to Texas at the Lodge. Then we'll be in Best Bet. Also, Seminole Hard Rock later this year as well. Make sure you check the schedule, WPT.com.
1-2.
1,200,000. Yes.
Pena with the Jack Deuce of Diamonds raises to 1.2. Betbese has the same exact 2 cards he had on the last hand. 6-3 of hearts. What's the odds? People out on YouTube. What is the odds of a player getting the same 2 cards back to back? I don't know the odds. Tony might know the odds, but I don't know it. Flop is 2 hearts, Jack Deuce and an ace.
Check.
Ace of diamonds, 2 pair for Pena, and a flush draw for Betbese. A quick check from Betbese. Cruz with 2 pair. And the backdoor flush draw. He's going to make a bet of
1 million.
1 million. Betbese.
$2.7.
Raised to 2.
Wow, raised to 2.7 million. This could be it.
$4.8.
4.8 million.
4.8 million.
Action. Now back to Nico.
Seconds. Call.
He makes the call. Big, big pot in this tournament right now. Nico with 11 remaining, 34 in the stack. And a heart on the turn. And Betbese has made a flush, and he checks. Wow. Francis Cruz also makes a check behind, and the river card is a queen, canceling out the two pair. Cruz Pena now has queens and jacks instead of jacks and deuces. This could save some money for Francis Cruz. Betbese still with a flush. First to act.
10 seconds.
$1.8.
He bets
1.8
1.8 million. Tony has stepped out, but I do not see how he can fold this hand. Not for 1.8 million. The pot's too big, but it is a good value bet
10 seconds.
for Nico
All
Betbese.
in.
All in.
What?
Draw.
All in and called. All in and called, and that is going to be a double up for Nico Betbese. The Argentinian has doubled up here and has taken the chip lead from 3 million in chips now to the chip lead.
10.7.
Wow.
10,700,000.
I did not expect that to happen.
10.
I need Tony to see this hand. Oh. Wow. 34 million now in the stack of Nico Betbese, who is the chip leader. He was the shortest stack with 5 players remaining, now into the chip lead. And there's that schedule. The 6th through the 18th of August, we are going to WPT Cyprus, also WPT Prime Taiwan in August, then WPT Australia, where Tony will be going, and then I'll be back at the Prime Lodge here in Texas, the 9th through the 13th, and then the return of the WPT Bay 101 Shooting Star in October. Always my favorite tournament. I ran that tournament for many, many years at the Bay 101, and I'm so excited that it's back. Let me know who you think should be a shooting star. I was just outside on the break and saw that William Kassouf is playing the Venetian 1600 closing event. He's out here. He's out still grinding in Vegas. Cruz Pena now with Queen 8 versus Betbese, who has 5-4, our new chip leader. The flop is a 10-6 and deuce. 2 diamonds for Pena, who has a flush draw, a gut shot straight draw for Betbese. Neither player with a pair. Francis Cruz on the comeback. If you win this pot,
4.2.
4.2 is the bet.
4.2 or 4.8? That's 4.8.
4.2 is the bet. Verbal statement is binding.
Call.
Calls 4.2 million.
He makes the call. Turn card is a deuce.
2.5.
Francis Cruz makes it
2.5 million.
2.5 million. Betbese now with just a 5 high is going to let it go. A good bet there from Francis Cruz. And the chip counts are just about even at this point. 28.9 to 28.8 in favor of Nico Betbese. What a battle we have here. Francis Cruz from the Dominican Republic and Nico Betbese from Argentina. Latin America representing here. Love to see it. Mucho gusto conocerla. To all the viewers out there watching from Latin America. I've been with the World Poker Tour for 23 years. First time I've ever seen a table in America that had absolutely no players from the United States. No players born in the United States. Betbese now makes the call. Go to the flop. Queen 9 of 5. Queen of diamonds, 9 of diamonds, and the 5 of diamonds. And Betbese now with a king of diamonds in his hand. 92% to win this pot. Both players with a 4. 7-4 for Cruz. The turn card is a 5. 5 of clubs. And a check. And a check. And the river card is a jack. The king high is good for Nico Betbese. He will take the chip lead if he is not bluffed out of this pot.
That's 700,000.
Bet of 700,000 from Francis Cruz.
$10.
3.4.
Wow, and a raise
3.4 million.
here from Nico. Will get the fold. A re-raise with king high here, and Nico may have turned the tide in this tournament with that big call of the all-in. Tony Dunst. Left, yeah, maybe less. Tony Dunst is back in the booth, and you missed a big one, Tony.
I must have, because last I saw, Francis was the big chip leader in this heads-up match, but now Nico storms out in front. His 30 million to Francis Cruz's 26.
The board paired queens on the end. Nico had a flush made, and Julian jammed all of it.
All right.
He had jack deuce. The flop came jack deuce, a turn of queen, river queen. The river card and the turn card also made a flush for Nico. And on the rivered queen, Cruz jammed and a quick call from Nico, and he doubled up. And I couldn't believe it. It was an amazing hand. I wish you were here to analyze it. Yeah, it was an amazing hand. Maybe I got it wrong, but I don't think so. It was. I was shocked to see it. It was right when I first came back into the booth. So now look at them. They're almost dead even in chips. 29,850 versus 27,850. Betbese with a 7 deuce. He will fold.
pair, please. Thanks.
Hola, Gabriel. Hola to all of our amigos in Latin America who are watching this match between Dominican Republic and Argentina. Nico Betbese and Francis Cruz. Been a fun final table here today.
1-2.
Raised to 1.2 million.
Francis Cruz raises to 1.2. He has ace-3. Betbese now with 4 deuce of hearts. Will make the call.
1.2 million.
These two sharing some outs going to the flop. Queen 5-5, rainbow with the heart will provide both. Backdoor straight draw. Goes check, check. 9 of clubs on the turn, no help for these low cards.
Check.
Does go check, check once more. 6 on the river. Reasonable spot for Betbese to fire out what looks like a value bet. He has essentially the nut low here. His cards interact with the 6 and the 5 fairly well.
$1.8.
Yeah.
Bet 1.8
Will bet
million.
1.8. Close decision for Francis Cruz, but he'll let his ace high go.
Are we taking the next break in 12 minutes?
Yes.
Now with Betbese.
Calls 500,000.
Francis will check 8-5. Go to a flop. And it is 9-6-3 all spades.
Check.
Neither player with a spade, Betbese with top pair. Francis with the gut shot to a 7.
Bet 500,000.
So Nico with the top pair will open our betting for $500,000.
Calls 500,000.
Queen of spades on the turn.
Check.
Puts a 4th spade out there. Neither player holding one. Nico has a hand that could consider betting one more time. Oh, excuse me. Nico has the top pair. I think he should check behind. I had them reversed for a moment.
675.
Nico actually going to bet one more time for value, though. Uses about quarter pot there to take it down.
Small bet. Calls 500,000.
This time, Francis will limp 4 deuce of diamonds. Nico checks king 10 of hearts. I think at this stack depth, his king 10 of hearts is probably worth a raise. And on 10-6-3, 2 diamonds and a heart. Both players really connect here. Nico with top pair, king kicker, backdoor hearts.
Bet 1 million.
Francis with a gut shot to the 5 and a diamond flush draw. And so as we can see, Betbese only a small favorite here despite the strong hand. Facing this bet of $1 million. Will he call or raise?
3.5.
He is going to raise and make it 3.5.
Calls 3.5.
Ten of spades on the turn. Crafty check from Nico there. Really like that he mixes in some checks with trips. Many players will not find that and only check with a hand that wants to shut
3
down.
million.
3 million?
Francis, though, quite reasonably, wants to end this hand right now if he can, and has plenty of outs going to the river, so he'll bet 3 million.
Call.
Calls 3 million.
So 8 of hearts on the river. Mostly ideal card for Nico. Misses the majority of the draws. And unless Francis has 9-7, King 10 going to be best. Francis should at least consider betting here. You don't love bluffing missed flush draws on the river that much since you're blocking some of your opponent's fold, but with the 4 high one and in these wide range spots that heads up creates, I think it's pretty reasonable to go ahead and bet here. But Francis decides to just check back, and that will save him some money as it was likely going to result in either a call or a check raise. That's so Nico. He came in almost a 2-to-1 dog, now a 2-to-1 favorite in chips against Francis. The tides have turned quickly.
Thank you. That guy's gonna take you. Yeah. Thank you.
Calls 500,000.
This time, Nico will call 5-3 offsuit on the button. Francis will check, King 4 of clubs in the big. Ten-7 deuce on the flop.
Check.
Neither player connects. Bet from Nico quickly ends that hand. Francis does not want to continue his king high without a backdoor. Things can turn heads up so quickly. If your opponent goes on a run of cards, they will beat you down. Francis now with Queen Jack.
1-2.
Makes it 1.2.
1.2 million.
Nico with King 7.
3.8.
Raise to
He's going to 3-bet. Nice hand selection here with the 3-bet. Using sort of this middling offsuit king. I'm certainly no heads-up expert, Matt, but in my mind, I often think of like king 5 through king 7 to be reasonable 3-bet bluffing hands. When heads up, you do a little of that big blind versus button.
Good.
calls.
Francis, though, with
Pretty
Queen
funny.
Jack, recognizes that in a heads-up poker match, Queen Jack on the button, actually a relatively strong hand,
8 man.
does make the call of the 3-bet. Not what Nico was hoping for.
Gut shot here for Cruz. Betbese now still with the king high.
Check.
He checks. Does Nico? Hand to check. Turn is a deuce.
Check.
Pretty favorable for board for Francis.
$2 million.
Gonna bet quarter pot. And a immediate fold from Nico. I respect the lack of posturing, Matt, especially heads up, wide range spots. No need to pretend every time you breathe on a pot you have something good.
Betbese was in last place with 5 players.
Quite a comeback,
Now the
huh?
chip lead.
He was
Yes.
down to 8 blinds, I want to say.
Yeah. Now with 8 deuce on the button, lets it go. You're okay with folding some hands heads up, yes?
The very worst ones, yes. It's not much, though. It's like just a few of the worst offsuit hands get folded. And it might be with a big blind ante that nothing gets folded, but we are stretching my expertise on heads up hold'em. Put it this way, if you decided I'm never going to fold the button in heads up when you're playing with a big blind ante, you wouldn't be making that much of a mistake if you're making a mistake.
Okay.
This time Francis will raise his Jack-8 suited. Nico with 9-2 offsuit. I think we'll probably just fold. Yeah, there he goes.
Right now, we have a scheduled break where we're going to do a color no matter what. If you guys don't want to take the full 15, that's okay. If you want to do less. If anybody wants the full break, you're entitled to it.
I want it.
You want the break?
Yeah. Looks like these guys are going to take a break.
So we're going to come back with Nico Betbese in the lead, 34,750,000. Francis Cruz, 22,950,000. 46 big blinds. Come back. These players are playing for 800,000 for first, 530 for second. We'll be right back for the exciting
Style
conclusion.
Poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with two virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
This is Tommy LaRosa, Director of Poker Operations, coming to you live from the Venetian Poker Room inside our Venetian Poker Studio. Cash game players, we've got the promotion for you this month. The card of the month is sevens. Flop quads with pocket pair of sevens in your hand and you'll take home $500. Turner River quads and you'll take home $250. But that's not all. Make a straight flush using both hole cards in your hand, one of which is also a seven, and if you flop it, you'll take home $500. Or if you turn a river a straight flush, you'll take home $250. Be sure to join us for our card of the month in July. But that's not all, cash game players. We also have the Bad Beat Barrel promotion in July. If you have aces full of kings beaten by a better hand, you'll get to go to our drawing drum and grab an envelope with a cash prize anywhere from $250 to $5,000. That's right, take a bad beat and you'll be rewarded inside the Venetian Poker Room. Ladies, and don't forget to join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. as Jamie Kerstetter hosts a 1-3 No Limit Hold'em ladies meetup game. Those games are full of energy and a lot of fun. So ladies, don't miss out. Join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. Be sure to join us July 19th at 12 p.m. on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players from our $1,600 buy-in No Limit Hold'em Ultimate Stack, $750,000 guarantee. See who's crowned our next Deep Stack champion. And that's not all. Join us July 22nd at 12 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players of our $1,100 buy-in, No Limit Hold'em, Ultimate Stack, $300,000 guarantee. See who takes home all the money and becomes our next Deep Stack champion. If you enjoy watching high-stakes cash games from our Venetian Poker Studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100-200 No Limit Hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
This is Tommy LaRosa, Director of Poker Operations, coming to you live from the Venetian Poker Room inside our Venetian Poker Studio. Cash game players, we've got the promotion for you this month. The card of the month is sevens. Flop quads with pocket pair of sevens in your hand and you'll take home $500. Turn a river quads and you'll take home $250. But that's not all. Make a straight flush using both hole cards in your hand, one of which is also a seven, and if you flop it, you'll take home $500, or if you turn a river a straight flush, you'll take home $250. Be sure to join us for our card of the month in July. But that's not all, cash game players. We also have the Bad Beat Barrel promotion in July. If you have aces full of kings beaten by a better hand, you'll get to go to our drawing drum and grab an envelope with a cash prize for anywhere from $250 to $5,000. That's right, take a bad beat and you'll be rewarded inside the Venetian Poker Room. Ladies, and don't forget to join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. as Jamie Kerstetter hosts a 1-3 No Limit Hold'em ladies meetup game. Those games are full of energy and a lot of fun. So ladies, don't miss out. Join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. Be sure to join us July 19th at 12 p.m. on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players from our $1,600 buy-in, No Limit Hold'em, Ultimate Stack, $750,000 guarantee. See who's crowned our next Deep Stack champion. And that's not all. Join us July 22nd at 12 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players of our $1,100 buy-in, No Limit Hold'em, Ultimate Stack, $300,000 guarantee. See who takes home all the money and becomes our next Deep Stack champion. If you enjoy watching high-stakes cash games from our Venetian Poker Studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100-200 No Limit Hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
This is Tommy LaRosa, Director of Poker Operations, coming to you live from the Venetian Poker Room inside our Venetian Poker Studio. Cash game players, we've got the promotion for you this month. The card of the month is sevens. Flop quads with pocket pair of sevens in your hand and you'll take home $500. Turn a river quads and you'll take home $250. But that's not all. Make a straight flush using both hole cards in your hand, one of which is also a 7, and if you flop it, you'll take home $500, or if you turn a river a straight flush, you'll take home $250. Be sure to join us for our card of the month in July. But that's not all, cash game players. We also have the Bad Beat Barrel promotion in July. If you have aces full of kings beaten by a better hand, you'll get to go to our drawing drum and grab an envelope with a cash prize anywhere from $250 to $5,000. That's right, take a bad beat and you'll be rewarded inside the Venetian Poker Room. Ladies, and don't forget to join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. as Jamie Kerstetter hosts a 1-3 No Limit Hold'em ladies meetup game. Those games are full of energy and a lot of fun. So ladies, don't miss out. Join us July 19th from 5 to 9 p.m. Be sure to join us July 19th at 12 p.m. on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players from our $1,600 buy-in, No Limit Hold'em, Ultimate Stack, $750,000 guarantee. See who's crowned our next Deep Stack champion. And that's not all. Join us July 22nd at 12 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we stream the final 7 players of our $1,100 buy-in, No Limit Hold'em, Ultimate Stack, $300,000 guarantee. See who takes home all the money and becomes our next Deep Stack champion. If you enjoy watching high-stakes cash games from our Venetian Poker Studio, join us July 23rd and July 30th at 6 o'clock on our YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live, as we host a 100-200 No Limit Hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. Once again, July 23rd, July 30th at 6 o'clock. From cash game promotions to ladies meetup games to tournament final tables to cash game streams, we've got it all for you here at the Venetian Poker Room. We look forward to seeing you in July.
Club WPT Gold has already awarded millions in prizes, and 3 players have become millionaires. Now, poker fans in the U.S. can enjoy sweepstakes-style poker with daily ring games, tournaments, and appearances by your favorite WPT ambassadors. Play for your chance to win real prizes and entries into exclusive WPT events. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com and use promo code Venetian to get started.
I tell you what, Matt Savage, that ad for WPT Australia at Sydney has got me so excited. I can't wait to go back.
Quiet
What a
down.
beautiful
I'm
property,
not
a
going,
great
Tony.
city. I'm
Quiet down.
over here twisting the knife as if you never get to go anywhere.
Yeah, that's true. I do get to go some great places on the World Poker Tour, and will be soon. You will be as well, going to Cyprus. But we're back here, heads up. And Tony, it looks like these guys have made a little bit of a deal here. First place now is $696,560, and that seat to the World Championship. Second place is $623. So it looks like they're playing for
About $70,000, $80,000.
about $80,000. Yeah, and you know, we allowed deals on the World Poker Tour. Our only condition is that the winner must get the most amount of money and the seat to the championship. So a little different than some of the other tours and events out there. We do allow deals.
Yeah, you know, some of those places could save themselves a lot of trouble facilitating deals.
All right.
They get stuck in their ways.
10 deuce versus 10-7 here with a 10 on the flop and a 7 on the turn.
And it is the spiciest 7, giving Francis a club flush draw. But Nico with 2 pair, likely to try and build this pot, facing the bet of 1.2. Pretty wet texture here, a lot of combo draws that he could have. So the 10-7 feels like a natural raise to me.
10 seconds.
4 million.
He will make it
It's
4 million. I don't see how you could get away as Francis with a pair and a flush draw here.
Call.
Does make the call.
Well, thus far in this heads-up match, I don't think Francis has made any major mistakes. He's just been on the wrong end of a lot of really big hands for Nico. Ace of diamonds, no help on the river.
I think he missed the one big mistake he made, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
That could have been right. But
I wasn't there for that one.
yeah. Betbese with the check mark here.
How much does he want to go for? Just under 10 million in this pot.
10 seconds.
I don't think he loves that river. It's not like a terrible one, but it completes queen jack.
6.5.
So he's going to go
6.5
medium size, 6.5. There you go. Going to think this over. Again, a spot where his hand mostly unblocks the bluffs. I think a lot of the club combos that would raise the turn in Nico's shoes are stuff like 8-9 of clubs, Jack-9 of clubs, 5-6, 4-5 of clubs, those kind of hands. The deuce not terribly relevant, and he's going to call.
Wow.
I'm a little surprised he did call that one, but like I said, he basically unblocked the bluffs.
6.5.
Yep.
I just wonder whether he'll have better hands to call with there. You know, he'll get to that river with a lot of kings, with plenty of tens that don't have a club in their hand. Significant setback for Francis Cruz. Nico Betbese, who started our final table, surging into the chip lead, then was the clear short stack down to like 8-10 blinds. Stormed out in front in this heads-up match with a 4-1 lead over Francis.
I'm paying you now.
King Queen.
Short and with King Queen.
Oh, this could be it. Man.
Short-ish, not short.
That's
still plenty of.
Betbese will probably try and get the money in here, and I don't think under 20 blinds Francis is going to fold King Queen in a heads-up poker match. So he'll need to improve if that's the case.
10 seconds.
All in.
All in, he does it.
All in.
And the
Yeah.
call.
Yeah, Francis called before we could even get the camera on him. So these two will play a coin flip for a WPT title. Of course, Francis can't win the title if he wins this hand, but he'll be right back in this heads-up match.
Creo
Nico
que este flip lo gano yo.
trying to close out this final table after a roller coaster of an experience here. His career best score is about 125,000, now with a chance to make it around 700,000 after the deal these two made. Let's go to the flop. Ace 5-3. Very safe for Nico's nines.
Puta jack.
Rainbow flop.
Emotion.
Oh my God, it's over. That's it. A set of nines.
Juego, bro.
And we have a winner. Amazing. What a comeback. Some might say improbable.
It was improbable, but well-deserved from Nico, who played a great final table here and stayed so steady through the swings of his chip stack. So congratulations to Nico Betbese for taking home around $700,000 for the title. He gets a seat at the WPT World Championship in December. Francis Cruz Pena should feel really proud of the way he played at this final table. Probably relieved he made that deal now. He's taken home $623,000, a career high score for him as well. So awesome final table. Matt Savage, as always, thanks for being here.
Thank you. We want to thank the Venetian for hosting this WPT event. And congratulations to our winner one more time, Nico Betbese. What a fantastic turnaround and comeback. All right, Tony, final word.
Best of luck out there, everyone. It's been an awesome summer.